A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last Sunday on his television show, Jack Benny acted both roles in that famous classic Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which was written by Robert Louis Stevenson.
That's right.
Stevenson took a beating.
Wait a minute.
And here's the star of our show, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, 33-dimensional. Don, I want to ask you something about that introduction. Did you write that joke yourself?
Well, I don't want to take all the credit. My wife helped me write that one.
Oh, your wife. Your wife helped you, eh? Don, she's an actress, isn't she?
Jack, you know very well that my wife is an actress. You've had her on your program many times. In fact, she was on just last week.
That's right. Don, isn't it a shame that both of you are going to be out of work at the same time? I'm sorry you have no children. I'd enjoy firing them, too.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. You can't fire me after all the years I've been with you. I started as your announcer in 1934, and during all these 19 years, I've given you loyalty and devotion.
Some loyalty and devotion. Every time I cut your salary, you tell everybody. Anyway, Don.
If you ever cut my salary, my mother would slap your silly face.
Dennis, in the first place, I wasn't talking to you. And in the second place, it's about time you showed up. How come you missed rehearsal today?
I had a tooth pulled.
Oh, well, then I'm sorry. Was the tooth giving you a lot of pain, Dennis?
No.
Oh. Did it have a cavity?
No.
Then why in the world did you have your tooth pulled?
Because the dentist owed me $10, and that was the only way I could collect. Look, kid. You let the dentist pull your tooth because he owed you $10? Yeah, I wish he owed me 11, then I could have had Novocaine.
Well, I don't want to go into that anymore. I don't care whether Remley laughs or not. I don't want to go into it. Now, Dennis, look, I don't mind so much you're missing rehearsal. But the least you could have done is let me know.
Well, I did. I called your house yesterday, and I told Rochester I couldn't be there.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, I'm going to call Rochester and find out.
Say, Mabel, what is it, Geistes? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Yeah, I wonder what the bat in the pocketful wants now. I'll plug in and find out. Hello? Yes, Mr. Benny. Very well, I'll see if I can get him for you. He wants I should ring his house and get him Rochester.
Gee, Gertrude, you sound awfully formal when you were speaking to Jack. Did you two have a fight?
No. In fact, just the other night he took me to a preview. We saw Rita Hayworth and Salome. It was an exciting picture, especially when Rita did the dance to the 7 Veils.
Gosh, did she take off all 7?
No, she stopped when she took off number 6. But Jack'll never know.
Why not?
He fainted at number 5.
Are you kidding? Jack really fainted?
Yeah, he closed those baby blue eyes and slid right off the seat.
Well, what do you know? Look, you've been seeing a lot of him lately, haven't you?
Yeah. I've been seeing Jack so often I had to turn down a date with Dennis Day last week. But look who's talking. Jeannie with the light brown teeth.
All right. Look, let's not argue.
Gertrude. What? Are you sure there's no answer? Well, keep trying the number. Goodbye.
What's the matter, Jack?
Rochester isn't home. But I'm going to call him again. And Dennis, for your sake, I hope you were telling me the truth. Now, it's time for your song, so let's have it.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hold it, kid. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny.
Well, here you are.
I'll be darned. It's from Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? What does he say?
Dear Jack, I have just been informed that I am to appear on your television show. That's what I get for telling my agent to get me anything. Now, come on, Dennis. Let's get on with it. Boy, what are you hanging around here for?
Well, sir, I don't mean to appear impudent or presumptuous, but when someone delivers a telegram, it is customary for the recipient to show his appreciation with a gratuity.
Okay. Here.
Oh, boy, a Canadian dime. Now I can summer at Lake Louise.
Dennis, let's have your song.
Pretend you're happy when you're blue. It isn't very hard to do, and you'll find happiness without an end whenever you pretend. Remember, anyone can dream, and nothing's bad as it may seem. The little things you haven't got could be a lot if you pretend. You'll find a love you can share, one you can call your own. Just close your eyes, she'll be there. You'll never be alone. And if you sing this melody, you'll be pretending just like me. The world is mine, it can be yours, my friend. So why don't you
That was Dennis Day singing Pretend. Very good, Dennis. It was excellent. And now, kids, we have a very important play to do tonight. Hey, where's Bob Crosby?
Well, here I am.
Bob, I just happened to think of something. You missed rehearsal, too. What's your excuse?
Well, I had to go down to buy a little gift for Sammy's new baby.
Sammy, the drummer's wife, had a baby?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, I didn't know that. Hey, remind me to send something, too. Eh?
Okay. You know, it's wonderful the way the presents have been rolling in. All the musicians sent gifts. Josh Bagby sent a little blanket. Wayne Songer sent a cute little dress. Brembley sent a sweater that he knitted. And Kimmick sent the night...
Hold it a second, Bob. Hold it. You said Remley sent a sweater he knitted?
Yeah.
I didn't know Remley could knit.
Jack, when you got the shakes like Frankie has, you can do wonders with knitting needles.
Well, I guess so.
After 6 martinis, he's an Argyle man.
I figured. Now, kids, it's getting late, and I think we ought to start on the sketch we're going to do. Huh?
What about the sketch, Mr. Benny?
Well, it's based on that wonderful Universal International picture, Mississippi Gambler, starring Tyrone Power. I, of course, will play Tyrone Power's part.
Wait a minute, Jack. Do you think you're the type?
Well...
He certainly is. He's young, handsome, and romantic, just like Tyrone Power.
Oh, thanks, Dennis. You're loyal and devoted.
I'm nuts, too. Now, Don, set the scene. Hold it a minute, hold it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, I called you before and you were out.
I had to go down to the market to do some shopping for the house.
Oh, what'd you get?
I got a half-pound of hamburger, a can of peas, a can of beans, and a bale of alfalfa.
Why in the world would you buy a bale of alfalfa?
The price of milk went up 2 cents, and I know what you're going to do about that.
I am not. They don't let you keep them in Beverly Hills. Pasadena, maybe, but not Beverly Hills. Now, Rochester, the reason I called is because Dennis Day said he phoned yesterday and told you he'd have to miss rehearsal.
Oh, yes, boss. I forgot to tell you.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, were there any calls today?
Yes, sir. I have them right here. Let's see. The income tax department called.
Income tax? What do they want? What do they want?
Oh, it didn't concern you, boss. It was about the income I reported.
Well, what was wrong with it?
Nothing. They just called to offer their sympathy.
Well, that's your problem. Were there any other calls?
Oh, yes. Miss Barbara Sandwick called. She's giving a big party tomorrow night, and she wants you to be there.
Oh, good, good. Black tie or white tie?
White coat, you'll be parking cars.
Oh, well, Rochester, put some new batteries in my flashlight. Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye.
All right, Don. Now, Don, you can set the scene for our sketch.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Playhouse presents its version of Mississippi Gambler. Curtain. Music. In the middle of the 19th century, the main artery of commerce and transportation between the North and the South was the Mississippi. Riverboats used to paddle their way up and down in a never-ending stream. Aboard these ships was cargo and passengers, and a special breed of these passengers was the Mississippi Gambler.
My name is Tyrone Benny. I'm a Mississippi gambler. I've been going up and down this river all my life. The first 20 years were tough. Then I got on a boat. I don't remember much of my father, but my mother was a kindly woman. She always tried to teach me right from wrong. I remember when I was 2 years old, she sat me on her lap and said,
"Look, son, you're very young, but try to remember this. Never draw to an inside straight."
Ours was a wonderful relationship. When I was 18, Mother and I parted. I went to New Orleans, and she went to Tehachapi. One day, my best friend, Robert Stonewall Crosby and I found ourselves in St. Paul, and we boarded a riverboat back to New Orleans.
You think we'll make any money this trip, Tyrone?
Sure, there are plenty of suckers aboard. But, Bob, I don't know whether you're ready to be a professional gambler yet.
Well, why not?
Well, you don't keep a good poker face.
Well, what makes you say that?
Because I've watched you. When you fill a full house, you're supposed to sit there with a vacant expression. Not jump up on your chair and sing 2 choruses of Oh Happy Day. Wait a minute. Here comes a couple of guys that look right for picking. Let me do the talking. Would you gentlemen care to while away the time in a friendly game of cards?
Well, I don't mind if I do. I got $1,000 I can spare.
And I got a Canadian dime.
You got your tip. Get out of here. Now, come on. We'll play some 3-handed poker.
Well, suits me. Here's the table.
I'll deal. I'll open for $50.
I'll see that and raise it 100.
I'll see your raise and raise it another 100. That's too much for me. I'm out.
Well, I'll call. Give me 2 cards.
I'll take 1.
I'll bet $100.
I'll raise 200.
Well, I'll just call. What do you got?
4 aces.
Beats me. I got 3 aces.
That's why I dropped out. I only had 2. Say, wait a minute, stranger. You dealt those 9 aces, and I think you're cheating.
No man can say that to me, sir. Do you know what it means when someone slaps your face with his glove?
It means a challenge to a duel.
That's right, so take that.
I'll accept your challenge.
However, duels were small incidents on the river, and our boat pushed southwards. Our ride took us down past Wisconsin, Iowa, Illinois, and then Missouri. Oh, that isn't who you think, folks. Yes, there was always plenty of melody and music along the river. Some nights as we sailed close to the shore, we could hear voices harmonizing on the levees.
Roll on, river, roll. Up the lazy river by the Almiron. That lazy, lazy river in the noonday sun. Linger in the shade of a kind old tree. Throw away your troubles, dream a dream with me. We're going up the lazy river where the robin song awakes a bright new morning. We can loaf along. Blue skies up above, everyone's in love. Up the lazy river, how happy you can be. Up the lazy river with me.
and as punishment, he tied a rope around me and kept dipping me in and out of the river. He thought it was a treat to beat my feet on the Mississippi mud. It was shortly after this incident that I met her. I remember when we were first introduced, she said,
I am awfully glad to meet you, monsieur. And I hope you and I can become good friends. Very good friends.
Her name was Yvette. And she had come aboard that morning at Albuquerque. Now, I know that Albuquerque is far from the Mississippi. But for her, somehow the boat made it. I told her that I, too, hoped we would become good friends. And she said,
You are very kind, monsieur.
She was a plain girl. Slim, frail, and immature. This description was written before the part was cast. We fell in love, but because her brother hated gamblers, we had to meet each other secretly. One morning after we landed at New Orleans, she was supposed to meet me at the place where I lived, the Old Man River Hotel. It was called the Old Man River Hotel because when you stayed there, you were tired of living and feared of dying. While waiting for her, I thought I'd have some breakfast and call room service. Soon the waiter was knocking at my door.
Come in.
Did you call for room service?
Yes, I want some breakfast. Orange juice, coffee, and let's see, what can I have with the coffee?
Well, we have toast, English muffins, donuts, and cimarron rolls.
What?
Cimarron rolls.
Look, waiter, bring me some orange juice, coffee, and a cimarron roll.
Okay, and you're lucky. Yesterday I couldn't have brought you any cimarron rolls.
Why not?
We were out of cinnamon.
All right, just go get it.
He brought me my breakfast, and I finished it. And then Yvette arrived. She looked so beautiful standing there in her new knitted dress. I could tell it was newly knitted because a drunken guitar player was still working on it.
Now, darling, you're here.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry to be late, but I
Don't talk. Just come into my arms. Now, let me kiss you.
Oh, your kiss. It is so wonderful. It tastes of cimarron.
Cimarron?
That's French for cinnamon.
Oh, then I must apologize to the waiter. Who can that be?
Oh, it must be my brother. He followed me here.
Hey, wait a minute.
Monsieur, at last I have found you. You pig, you dog, you snake. I break you in two.
Oh, Denis, my brother, listen to me. Oh, j'aime cet homme et il aime moi. Et quoiqu'il est un joueur comme du fleuve, et nous sommes des aristocraties, je lui marierai sans égard pour ce qu'elle te dit.
What did she say?
I do not know, but dig that crazy language.
Now look.
Monsieur, my sister will not marry your gambler. I challenge you to a duel.
What?
I slap your face with my glove.
You're supposed to take your hand out of it first. But if you want a duel, draw your sword.
En garde!
I thought he'd be an easy victim for me. He was so young, so inexperienced. wore on and on, till we had fought an hour. Still we fought on with unabated fury, and another hour passed. And another hour. Then suddenly it was over. He didn't hurt me, and I didn't harm him. But my two sound men killed each other. That is my story. The adventures of a Mississippi gambler.
Listen again next week to the Jack Benny Show. Don Wilson speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Easter Sunday, and in Beverly Hills, Jack is getting ready for his stroll down Wilshire Boulevard.
Taking a shower in Rochester is laying out his clothes.
Mr. Barry's been in that shower a long time. But he always did. He'd sing in the shower like everybody else instead of playing his violin. Well, it was pretty clever the way he tied that brush on the end of his violin bow. I've been Hyman's can't play Love and Bloom and Scrubber's back at the same time.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
I'm through with my shower. Hand me my towel.
Your towel?
All right, the Statler's. Don't be so technical when I'm freezing.
Here you are. And here's your shorts.
Thanks. Gee, that shower was invigorating. You know, Rochester, since I've been dieting, I feel like a new man. I look so much trimmer, don't I?
You look about the same to me, boss.
Oh, don't be silly. I bet I lost a lot of weight. Well, you would be a financial success.
Whoa, Scale, calm down.
Wait, 102 pounds. Rochester, this scale is way off.
I could have told you that when you read your fortune.
Never mind. Let's check this scale. Rochester, you get on. See how much you weigh, will you?
Okay. Let's see if I got a penny. Yeah, here's one. Well, my way is correct.
Good. What does the card say on the other side?
Let's see. Tell the previous spendthrift he put in a slug.
Well, it's my scale. I can do what I want. Now, Rochester, did you lay out my clothes?
Yes, sir. Your blue suit is on the bed.
My blue suit? No, I wore that in the Easter parade last year. I better wear something else. Answer the door, Rochester. I'll pick out a suit.
Yes, sir.
Rochester always tries to make me look so conservative. This is the Easter parade. I should wear something springy. Let's see, what could I know, I'll wear my white suit. I bet it's as good as the year I put it away.
Boss, Miss Livingston is here.
Oh, yeah, she's walking in the Easter parade with me. Tell her I'll be right out.
Okay. What are you putting on that white suit for?
I'm going to wear it in the parade.
But, boss, I think the blue one would look a lot...
Rochester, I'm going to wear the white suit, and that settles it.
Okay.
Is he ready, Rochester?
He will be in a few minutes. Say, Miss Livingston, that's a beautiful dress you've got on.
Well, thank you, Rochester.
And that belt, are those real diamonds on it?
Uh-huh.
Well, it sure is beautiful. I've never seen a belt like that.
Well, it isn't mine. It belongs to my sister, Babe.
Oh.
Ring Magazine gave it to her when she retired, undefeated.
Oh, yeah, she was light heavy, wasn't she?
Yes, uh-huh.
Hello, Mary. Happy Easter.
Happy... Jack, you're not going to wear that white suit.
Why not? What's wrong with it?
I haven't seen one like that since Admiral Byrd came back from the South Pole.
What are you talking about?
Well, if you're going to wear it, at least wipe that tomato soup satin off the lapel.
That
Thanks.
tomato soup what? Well, I've heard everything. Wipe that tomato soup satin?
Tomato soup stain off the lapel.
Well, what for? From a distance, it'll look like a red carnation. Now, come on, Mary, let's go. See you later, Rochester.
Goodbye, boss. Goodbye, Miss Livingston.
Bye, Rochester. By the way, aren't you going out walking in the Easter parade?
Yeah, but first I got to make a call to a girl I have a blind date with. I got to tell her about a change in plans.
Change in plans?
Yeah, I told her to be on the corner of 6th and Central and look for a man wearing a white suit.
Oh, so that's why. Well, wear our blue one. It's your turn to be conservative. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Gee, there are a lot of people out walking on Wilshire Boulevard.
Yeah. You know, this is a wonderful time of the year. I know there's something in the air, a spirit of awakening, of romance. Makes me feel so young. And you know what they say, Mary? In the spring, a young man's fancy turns to love.
Give me your hand, Jack.
Gee, do you feel romantic, too?
No, we're coming to a curve, and I don't want you to fall on your face. Jack, look who's coming this way. Isn't that one of the boys in your Beavers Club?
Oh, yes. Oh, it's little Joey Hudson.
Well, hello, Joey.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Joey.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hey, dig that crazy carnation.
See, I told you, Mary. Goodbye, Joey.
So long, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Joey.
Goodbye, champ.
It's my sister's belt.
Come on, Mary, let's go. Hey, Mary, look at that poster in front of the theater. It's Rita Hayworth and Salome doing the dance of the Seven Veils. Boy, I'd like to see that in 3 dimensions. Gee, she's beautiful.
Jack, your glasses are steaming up. Let's go. Say, look. That theater across the street is showing a revival of Easter Parade with Judy Garland and Fred Astaire.
Oh, yes. Remember how cute that picture started? Fred was walking along 5th Avenue singing that song, and the people answered him. How did that song go again?
Never saw such a lovely day. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
It's such fun just to nod and say Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
My oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue. And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Isn't it right, Mary? They all answered it, just like they did in the picture.
Yeah.
Say, Mary, isn't that Bob Crosby and his wife?
Where?
Walking on the other side of the street.
Oh, yes.
Well, hurry up. Let's cross the street and join them.
But, Jack, it's the Easter parade, and maybe they'd rather walk alone.
Oh, don't be silly, Mary. Bob would be insulted if he thought we saw him and didn't say hello.
Say, June, isn't that Mary Livingston across the street there?
Why, yes. It does look like Mary. But I wonder who that is with her.
Well, I don't know, but from here he looks like Admiral Byrd. Say, whoever he is, he's trying to attract our attention. He's waving his hand.
Now he's waving his hat.
Now he's waving his hair. It's Jack. Yeah, I'm amazed that he's this far down on Wilshire. He usually never gets past the California Bank.
Gee, Bob, I hope he doesn't join us.
Well, why?
Well, I like Jack. But look at the way he's dressed.
Well, just keep walking straight ahead and we'll pretend that we haven't even seen him.
Oh, Bob! Bob!
Keep walking, honey. There are a lot of Bobs.
Oh, Bob Crosby.
Keep walking, honey. There's another Bob Crosby in Encino.
Oh, Bing's brother.
He's got me.
Well, hello, kids.
Why, Jack Benny of all people. Gee, what a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, June. Say, that's a beautiful outfit you've got on. That mink stole is just exquisite.
It sure is. Is it new?
Oh, no. Bob brought it for me last year when he was with Campbell Soup.
With Campbell Soup?
You know, the outfit that made your carnation. Well, we better be running along now.
Yes, Bob.
But aren't you going to walk with us?
Well, gee, we'd love to, Jack, but the kids are home all alone. We just got to get back to them. See you later.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Walking with you side by side. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Fills my chest with so much pride. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
My, oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue.
And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
That was nice running into Bob and June. Huh?
Yes, it was.
Gee, what perfect weather. Spring, the skies are clear, the flowers are blooming, the sun is shining. Gee, that Rita Hayworth is beautiful. Mary, we ought to see that picture. Well, look who's coming over. My violin teacher.
Bonjour, Monsieur Benny.
Well, Professor LeBlanc. What a surprise running into you.
Hello, Professor.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Professor, you certainly look nice today. Is that a new Easter suit you're wearing?
Mademoiselle, I am a poor violin teacher. I cannot afford to buy new suits.
Well, what do you do with the money I pay you for my violin lessons?
I buy sleeping pills.
Oh, are they any good?
No, after a few days I wake up.
Well, it was nice seeing you, Professor, and don't forget you're giving me a violin lesson tomorrow.
I will not forget. I will tie a string around my finger.
Oh, good, good.
Better I should tie a rope around my neck.
What?
Goodbye, Monsieur Benny.
Goodbye. Mary, I can't understand why he hates to give me violin lessons.
I can't understand it either. You play beautifully. I think you're as good a violinist as Fritz Kreisler or Isaac Stern.
Well, Oh, Mary, that was sweet. What made you say that?
I don't know. Wearing this belt has made me a little punch drunk.
Look, Mary.
Duh, flock of them flew over that time.
Stop. Now, come on, Mary. Let's keep walking. Yeah. Yum-bum-bum-ba-da-da-da-dum. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter!
You're so cute in that old white suit. Happy Easter.
Hey,
Happy Easter! My, oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue.
And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Well, Don Wilson.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Don. Are you walking in the parade, too?
No, I'm on my way home. I was just on a quiz program.
You were on a quiz program?
Yeah, almost won the jackpot. I answered every question correctly but the last one.
No kidding.
What did they ask you, Don?
Well, the first question was, what does LSMFT stand for? Naturally, I said LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Well, naturally.
Then they asked me, why are Lucky Strike cigarettes so popular? And I told them it was because people get the one thing they want most in a cigarette, better taste. And Lucky's taste better, cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Well, that was certainly the correct answer.
Don, what was the question that you missed?
Well, it was pretty tough. They asked me who was Secretary of State under President Rutherford B. Hayes.
What'd you say?
I said nothing. No, nothing beats better taste.
Don, wait a minute. They asked you who was the Secretary of State under President Rutherford B. Hayes, and you said nothing, no, nothing beats better taste? Why did you say that?
I didn't know the answer, so I took a wild guess.
Well, Don, I'm surprised at you, a college man, not knowing who was the Secretary of State under Rutherford B. Hayes.
Well, Jack, do you know?
Certainly. It was William M. Evarts. Any schoolboy would know that.
Especially if he went to school with Rutherford B. Hayes.
Quiet, champ. See you later. Come on, Mary. Never saw such a lovely day. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Yum-bum-bum-da-da-dum-dum-dum. Rita Hayworth.
Happy Easter.
My, oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue. And you'll greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you. Gosh, there are a lot of people out today. You know, it seems like...
Hello, Mr. Benny. Happy Easter.
Oh, Happy Easter, Mr.
Don't you remember me? I'm the clerk that waited on you at the bakery shop.
In the bakery shop?
Yeah, don't you remember? You came in and I sold you chocolate cake, some donuts, some pastry, and a half a dozen cimarron rolls.
Oh, yes. Say, Mary, this is the fella I told you about. He can't pronounce cinnamon.
I can't, though.
All right, let's hear you say cinnamon.
Cimarron.
You see, Mary?
Look, mister, it's such a simple word. You just pronounce it like it's spelled. C-I-N-N-A-M-O-N.
C-I-N-N-A-M-O-N?
Yes, Cimarron.
Oh, thanks, lady. It's easy when you spell it first.
Yes, it's easy. Well, come on, Mary.
Never saw such a lovely day. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
It's such fun just to nod and say Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
My, oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue.
And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Well, Mr. Kitzel. Mr. Kitzel, it's nice running into you today.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. And how are you, Miss Livingston?
Oh, I'm just fine, thank you.
Mr. Kitzel, you certainly look nice in those striped pants, cutaway coat, and top hat. It's just right for Easter.
Thank you, but I'm also wearing it for sentimental reasons. This is the suit in what I got married.
You wore it when you got married?
Yeah.
That must have been about 20 years ago, huh?
Yeah, it's funny how a little thing like that sticks with you.
Yes.
But, Mr. Benny, I'll never forget that ceremony when they said if anybody has any objections to this marriage, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah?
A voice from the back hollered, don't marry her.
Oh, my goodness, who was it?
Me, I'm a ventriloquist.
Mr. Kitzel, you're joking.
Unfortunately.
Well, Mr. Kitzel, it was a pleasure running into you on Easter, but we've got to be moving along now.
Well, I got to run along, too. I'm going to see a wonderful picture.
What is it?
Rita Hayworth in Salome.
Rita Hayworth in...
Mr. Benny, what's happening to your glasses?
Mary, where'd he go? Where'd he go?
Here.
Oh, yes, yeah. Well, goodbye. Where are you? Well, goodbye. Well, goodbye, Mr. Kitzel. Happy Easter.
Same to you, Mr. Benny, and you too, Miss Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. Kitzel.
You know, Mary, it's always nice running into Mr. Kitzel. He seems so cheerful and... Hey, look, Mary, there's a photographer taking pictures of couples on the street.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to have him take our picture.
Oh, no, Jack. I'm not going to have a picture taken with you wearing that suit.
All right, I'll have one taken myself. Oh, Mister... I'd like to have my picture taken.
Well, good. Just stand over there, Admiral.
I'm not Admiral Byrd. Now, how would you like me to pose?
Well, first I'd better line you up. There, that does it. Now, would you mind rolling your trousers up above the knees?
Why, do you want to see my legs in the picture?
No, but the less I get of that suit, the better.
Now, wait a minute. I've had enough insults from you.
Hold still. I've got you in focus. Now, open your mouth and smile.
Like this?
Righter.
Why do you want my mouth open so wide?
The less I get of that face, the better.
Now, cut that out. If you're a photographer, I'm a monkey's uncle.
Have a penis.
Come on, Mary. I'll get my picture taken some other time. How a guy like that ever expects people...
Jack, roll down your pants leg.
Well, come on, Mary. We'll walk as far as La Brea.
Never saw such a lovely day. Happy Easter. It's such fun just to nod and say Happy Easter.
And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Yeah!
Keep walking, Mary.
Oh. Jack, it's Easter. Be nice to him.
Oh, all right. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, Mary and I are walking down as far as La Brea. Would you like to join us?
Sure, I'm not stuck up.
Say, Dennis, you're really dressed up today. Is that a new suit?
Yeah, I won it on a quiz program.
On a quiz program?
Uh-huh. I answered all the questions correctly.
You knew the answers to all the questions?
Uh-huh.
Well, what did they ask you, Dennis?
Well, first they asked me what my name was, and I told them Dennis Day.
Gosh, you remember.
Uh-huh. And then they asked me what holiday we celebrate on March 17th, and quick as a flash, I said St. Patrick's Day.
Well, you're a whiz.
And then they asked me who was Secretary of State under President Rutherford B. Hayes.
Uh-huh.
And I told them William M. Evarts.
Dennis. That's right. That's wonderful. How did you know?
I didn't know. I took a wild guess.
Dennis, you took a wild guess and it worked?
It worked when they asked me my name, too.
Jack, we're coming to the La Brea tar pit. You grab his left arm, and I'll grab...
Be nice to him. Be nice to him. That's what you told me to do. Say, Dennis, instead of talking and annoying everybody, why don't you sing something?
Oh, gee, do you think it'd be all right out here on the street?
Sure, everybody feels good today. It's Easter.
Okay.
In your Easter bonnet, with all the frills upon it, lady in the Easter parade. I'll be all in clover, and when they look you over, I'll be the proudest fellow in the Easter parade. On the avenue, Fifth Avenue, the photographers will snap us, and you'll find that you're in the rotogravure. Oh, I could write a sonnet about your Easter bonnet, and now the girl I'm taking to the Easter parade. On the avenue, Fifth Avenue, the photographers will snap us, and you'll find that you're in the rotogravure. Oh, I could write a sonnet about your Easter bonnet, and of the girl I'm taking to the Easter
Jack, for heaven's sake, we've been standing here for 15 minutes. Let's go on home.
Well,
I'm going anyway because I got to get home.
okay. Goodbye, Mary. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter, Jack. See you tomorrow. How many tickets, please?
Just one down front. Thank you. Gee, it's dark in here. I'll find a seat. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Whoops. I'm sorry.
Hello, Mr. Chesto. Happy Easter, everybody.
Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. This Tuesday, one of the most famous events of the year takes place in California. Pasadena's celebrated Tournament of Roses Parade. Thousands will see it in person. Millions will see it on television. But today, Frankie invents an entirely new way to view it. But first, a word from RCA Victor. Christmas is over, and while you're making your entertainment plans for 1952, make sure you include RCA Victor television. A superset like the 21-inch Rockingham, for example. In the year ahead, the Rockingham will bring into your home a great deal of pleasure and entertainment. The whole family will enjoy it. Not only is the Rockingham a beautiful addition to any living room, but its performance is unmatched anywhere. This stunning Regency console with a bow front is the most luxurious model in the superset line. And on this 21-inch Rockingham, you'll enjoy the kind of reception you've been waiting for. Unbelievably clear, strong pictures. Wherever you live, city or country, the Rockingham brings in the best reception possible thanks to television with picture power. So buy the Rockingham by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. A few weeks ago, Alice's brother William bought a home recording machine and made a tape recording of Alice and Phil's radio show. And as we look in, he is about to play it back for them.
Philip, these tape recorders are amazing. I took your program of December 9th right off the air.
Can we hear it, Willie?
Oh, why, certainly.
Well, then go ahead and play it, Willie. I'm anxious to hear it, because if I say so myself, I gave my greatest performance that week.
That was your greatest?
Yeah. Never mind. Just play that tape and you'll see how good I was. Wait till you hear the pear-shaped tones that come out of this golden-throated thrush. Now go ahead, Willie. Play the show.
Very well. Here we go.
And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris.
Hey, that's very good, Willie. It is. It's good reception. Well, all right. You know, Alice, one of these days we got to get one of these. We can take it home and play.
With Christmas 2 weeks away, Phil has decided not to wait until the last minute to do his shopping.
Listen,
he is now making up his list, and Alice is helping him.
Are you sure you have everyone down,
Hey, come on next. Listen.
I think so. I got something down for the kids, Willie, Junior, He's such a nice man. You sound more like a little bag every day. The only thing I got to very nice, with a set of instructions.
All right, Willie, stop it. Shut that thing off. Willie, shut it off, will you? Stop it.
Phil, I don't think you read your lines right. You talked much too fast.
You didn't exactly have a Gary Cooper delivery yourself. Willie, what's wrong with that machine?
Oh, I didn't have the tape set for the right speed at the beginning, but I slowed it down later. Now listen while I play the rest of the tape.
You're right. I've done enough for something in the sporting line.
Cut! What kind of tape were you using? Adhesive? Look, have you got my song on there, Willie?
Oh, yes.
Well, then let's try that.
Very well.
It's better. That's it. Now you got something. That's it.
Long ago in New Orleans.
Willie, that ain't it. I said that ain't it, Willie. No, Willie, that ain't it. Willie, I don't want that. Willie, I don't want that.
Dancers swayed as they
now you got it.
Where the blues began.
That's me.
They would talk bass chest with his player.
Oh, you pretty thing. Sing it.
Black hair beating his drum.
Let it go, baby. What'd you shut it off for?
I can't stand it. Your voice is getting worse.
That was my normal voice.
Normal schnormal. It's driving me nuts.
All right. Get that machine and get out of here. Take it home. You never could... I'll get that. Hello. This is the home of Phil Harris.
This is the operator, sir. I have a local call for you, and the party wants to reverse the charges. Will you accept the call?
Yes.
Very well. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, Frankie.
Curly, how'd you know it was me?
Who else would reverse the charges on a local call?
Hey, Curly, I took care of the thing you asked me to.
That's a good boy. Hey, look, come on over here. I want to show Alice what I got.
Well, I can't leave right now, Curly. I'm visiting my sick old grandmother.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that she... Remley.
Sir?
Are those billiard balls I hear clicking?
Of course not. You don't think I... Granny, you must stop cracking your knuckles.
Tell her her to keep one foot on the floor, too. Friendly, get over here right now. Goodbye.
Bye. Operator. Operator.
Yes, sir?
My party didn't answer, honey. Would you please return my dime?
Get off that phone.
Phil, what did Frankie get that you wanted to show me?
Honey, have I got a surprise for you.
Oh?
I sent Frankie out to Pasadena to buy reserved seats for the Rose Parade. Oh, honey, you and the kids are going to love seeing that parade.
Oh, I'm sure we will, Phil, but why do we have to go all the way out to Pasadena to see it? Why don't we just stay home and see it on television?
Well, honey, you miss all the color that way. I want you and the children to see the sheer beauty of this spectacular pageant. The artistry of the floral arrangements is positively thrilling.
Well, tell me more. You fascinate me, Curly. Now, Phil, why are you so anxious to see the parade?
Because I appreciate the beauties of nature. Oh, I can't wait to see those floats with the blankets of flowers that serve as a background for the tableaus of live girls standing around in scanty bathing suits and abbreviated
We ain't going.
What's the matter? Don't you like flowers?
You're not going just to see the flowers.
Believe me, honey, that's the only reason I'm going. Oh, listen, I can just picture row upon row of delphiniums, banked against masses of marigolds, running rampant on a field of larkspur that's just oozing with Canterbury bells. How does that sound?
Simply scrumptious, Gwendolyn. It gives me goosebumps.
Wait a minute, quiet. You just ain't artistic like me. You have no anesthetic sense. I have the soul of an artist. You take my voice, for example.
Oh, you can pick a better example than that.
Like what?
Like my voice.
Tricked again.
Now sit down and I'll show you
I
just
will,
what I
I
mean. Sit down, sit down.
What are you gonna do? You're so undecided. You say you do and then you don't. You say you will and then you won't. So what are you gonna do?
First you say you do, then you don't. Then you say you will, then you won't. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? Now you wanna play and then it's no. And when you say you'll stay, that's when you go. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? I've been sitting on a fence, and it doesn't make much sense, 'cause you keep me in suspense, and you know it. Then you promise to return. When you don't, I really burn. Well, I guess I'll never learn, and I show it. If you got a heart and if you're kind, don't keep us apart, make up your mind. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do?
It seems that you keep slowly driving us crazy. We can't make head or tail out of you.
My mind's gone bad, I feel that everything's hazy. Don't know exactly just what to do.
What are you gonna do? First you say you do, and then you don't. And then you say you will, and then you won't.
I'm undecided now, I don't know just what to do.
So undecided. Now you wanna play, and then it's no. And when you say you stay, that's when you go.
I'm undecided now, I don't know just what to do. I've been sitting on a fence, and it doesn't make much sense.
'Cause you keep us in suspense, and you know it.
Then I'll promise to return.
When you don't, we really burn.
Well, I guess I'll never learn, and I show it.
If you got a heart, and if you're kind, then don't keep us apart, make up your mind. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? If you got a heart and if you're kind, make up your mind. Don't be undecided now. So what are you gonna do?
Hey, that wasn't bad, Alice. Now step aside and listen to a real voice. I'll get it. Hey, don't go away, Alice. When I come back, I'm going to show you a real operatic baritone. Something like this. Ezio Pinza, Mario Lanza, Carmen Lombardo, and Wingy Monor.
Curly? Curly? Why don't you change doctors? Getting these attacks more often.
What attacks? I'm singing.
Oh. I thought your gallbladder was acting up again.
Don't be funny. Hey, look, did you get the reservation for the Rose Parade?
Of course I did. You can depend on me. If you send me out to get something, I get it.
All right, I knew you'd get it. Hey, did you get good reserved seats?
Well, they're not exactly reserved. And I guess you couldn't call them seats.
Frankie, what'd you buy with the money I gave you?
An empty lot.
Couldn't get a houseboat, huh?
Well, I looked at one, but it wasn't exactly
Never mind, will you? What's the idea of buying me an empty lot?
I didn't buy it. I only leased it for 99 years. This way, you not only see the parade, you can make money besides.
Yeah? How do you figure that?
You put up bleachers. You reserve the front row for yourself, and you sell the rest of the seats. You'll make a fortune.
You know something, Remley? I got to hand it to you. You pulled a shrewd deal. Taking the money and leasing the lot.
I happen to be a clever businessman. I got it up here.
You certainly have. Hey, tell me, Frank, where is this lot and what does it look like?
How should I know? I haven't seen it yet.
Uh-huh. Remley, you know that stuff you had up there?
Yeah?
Look around. It slipped. Why didn't you ask the guy who leased you the lot to show it to you first?
Surely he was a stranger. I didn't know him well enough to get that personal. But you got nothing to worry about. This guy is honest, trustworthy, and beyond reproach.
Oh, that's different. Sounds like a pretty high-class gent.
He is. He didn't even stagger when we got off the bar stool.
You met this guy in a bar room?
There's someplace else to meet people?
Remley, all I did was tell you to drive out to Pasadena and buy tickets. What were you doing in a bar room?
I had to stop to get gas.
And after you got gassed up, then what? Remley, what's the matter with you? Every time I ask you to do something, you mess it up. One of these days, Alice is going to...
Phil, who are you yelling at like that?
Frankie.
Oh. What did the sad sack do now?
Alice, you'll never believe this, but you know what he did, and please don't blow your top when I tell you.
What did he do?
Look, I gave him money to buy seats for the parade, and instead he leased an empty lot.
So?
What do you mean, so? He came back with an empty lot.
What'd you expect from him? Seats?
See? She understands, Curly. Alice and I think alike. We're on the same mental plane. Our brains work the same way, don't they, Alice?
Slapsy Maxie, that's it.
Now, Phil, that settles it. I'm not going out to any empty lot that Frankie got. We're going to stay home and see the parade on television.
No, we're not. Now, look, Alice, I'll drive out to Pasadena with Frankie now, and then I'll buy some reserved seats. Then will you go?
First, I want to see where the seats are located.
Oh, this is silly. I leased Curly a beautiful empty lot.
Will you keep quiet, please? Alice, if you want to see where the seats are, drive out with me, and then you can see when I buy.
I can't right now, Phil. I have something to do. I'll get somebody to drive me out a little later. And where will I meet you?
At Curly's empty lot. Here's the address.
Yeah, meet us at Curly's empty lot. Come on, Remley. I'll drive us out.
Yeah, Curly. On the way to Pasadena, will you sing to me?
What?
It's a dull trip, and your voice always puts me to sleep.
Okay, close your pink little eyes. Here we go. Young Johnny Jones, he had a cute little boat, and all the girlies he would take for a float. He had girlies by the score, sweet little peaches on the shore. But Johnny was a Weisenheimer, you know. His steady girl was Flo. And every Sunday afternoon, they'd drop in his boat, and then they'd spoon. And then he'd row, row, row. Right up that river he would row, row, row. A hug he'd give her, then he'd kiss her now and then. she would tell him when he'd fool around, and then he'd kiss again, and then he'd roll. A little further he would row, just he and Flo. With her head on his chest, he'd take a few measures rest, and then he'd row. In Johnny's boat he had a cute little seat, and all the kisses that he stole were so sweet, and he knew just how to row. He was a rowing Romeo. He had an island where the trees were so grand. He knew just how to land. Then tales of love he'd tell to Flo until it was time for them to go. And then he'd row. Right up that river he would row so slow. A hug he'd give her, then he'd kiss her now and then. She would tell him when he'd fool around, and then he'd kiss again, and then he'd row. A little further he would row, just he and Flo. Then he'd drop both his oars, take a few more encores, and then he'd row, just he and Florence. Row right into heaven. Row. He had no Johnson motor, so Johnny's Flo would row.
Hey, Curly, we've walked all over Pasadena, and there just aren't any reserved seats left.
I'm not going to give up, Remley. If I can't get tickets for the regular price, then I'll go to a scalper. I'm willing to pay more.
How much more?
Remley, it's Grogan.
Oh, it's Harrison Remley. What are you guys doing in Pasadena?
Well, we came out to get seats for the parade. Think you can help us, Grog?
Yeah, sure. Just happen to have some tickets in the reviewing stand, and I want you fellas to be my guests. Here, take 6 tickets.
Gee, thanks, Grog.
That'll be $50 apiece.
$50 apiece? That's a lot of money. I ain't gonna pay.
Don't be a cheap guest. You can afford it. Besides, this money goes to a very worthy cause. It's for my benevolent society.
Benevolent Society?
Yeah, I'm engaged in a very noble work. I rehabilitate ex-convicts. Only last week, 8 of them got out a star. I lined up jobs for them.
Gee, that's a very charitable thing to do, Grogan.
Yeah, well, I figure that's the least I can do, seeing as how I framed them in the first place.
What kind of jobs did you get them? What are they doing?
Well, at present, they are working their way up in a bank in Pomona.
How they doing?
About 2 more feet and they'll reach the vault.
Well, at least they're working.
Sure, it's better than having them hang around a pool room.
On behalf of my grandmother, I resent that.
Hey, Grogan, your society doesn't sound very, shall we say, dignified?
Now, what are you talking about? Where do you see the beautiful float that we entered in the parade? It's got social significance. It's symbolic of the work that our organization is doing. It's a very touching tableau.
Yeah? What do you call it?
Flight from Alcatraz. Or tippy-toeing off of the rock. Well, I gotta run along now. How about the tickets? You want to buy them or don't you?
No, thanks. That's too much money, Grog.
Well, that's too bad. You're going to miss seeing my society's float. Oh, this is a beautiful thing to see. With all them flower-bedecked machine guns. I'm sure we'll win first prize.
What makes you so sure?
The head judge is gun-shy. Well, so long, fellas, and I wish you both a trigger happy New Year.
Oh, the same to you, Grog. All right, Remley, what are we going to do now? You see, I can't get any reserved seats.
Well, why bother? You still have your empty lot. Why don't we go look at it?
Why waste our time? It's probably nowhere near where the parade's going to be.
Well, let's find out, huh? Should we find out? All right, I'll ask that guy. Hey, mister?
Yes?
What street is the Rose Parade going to be on?
Colorado Street.
Colorado Street? Hey, Curly, That's the street your lot's on.
No kidding. Gee whiz, that's wonderful. Hey, mister, are you sure the parade's on Colorado Street?
Yes, sir. The parade starts at number 4 Colorado Street and goes up to the 2400 block.
Did you hear that? See? Hey, that's great. Frankie, this time you really came through, kid.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you. What's the address of my lot?
68,700.
Oh, it's just down the road a piece, huh?
Well, maybe it's a little further, but it's right on Colorado.
Are you sure it's not in Colorado? The guy said the parade ends at the 2400 block.
He don't know what he's talking about. I happen to know it goes all the way down Colorado.
I got news for you. It better be a good spot.
I guarantee it. I assure you, you'll be very happy with this lot. Let's go see it, huh? Well, how do you like your lot, Curly?
I don't know. Drop the anchor. I'll die.
Oh, now, don't be sarcastic. It's not bad walking here. Grass just happens to be a little dewy.
A little dewy. Remley, I got a message for you. That dew is laughing at my armpits. What's the matter with you? You got me a lot that's 4 feet. It's got 4 feet of water on it. Now, what am I supposed to do with all this water?
Bottle it and sell it to the natives.
Will you stop already?
No, you can call it Curly Cola.
Yeah, I understand. Just stop already.
Or how about Canada Wet?
I don't want to hear no more from you, I told you.
All right.
Please. All I wanted was some seats to see the parade. All I asked you to do was to get me something along the line of March.
Oh, March! I thought you said marsh.
Will you stop already? I mean, the place is impossible. It's a swamp, and it's so foggy that you can't see your hand in front of you. And let's leave before Alice gets here. I don't want her to know that I've been taken by you again because she's not going to put...
Bill!
Oh,
Bill,
no.
where are you?
Now, you hear it? That's Alice.
Where are you two water buffaloes hiding?
The monster's with her.
Now, why'd she have to bring Julius? Now we'll never hear the end
Will
of
you
it.
keep quiet? They haven't seen us. Let's not answer, and maybe they'll go away.
Bill, are you and Frankie out there?
Nobody out here but us frogs.
Croak, croak,
oink, oink.
Croak, croak.
Oink, oink.
Make like a frog.
That's as close as I can get.
That's them, Miss Faye. Who else would come up with a tired old joke like that?
See what happened? Now they know we're here. Might as well. Alice, here we are, honey. Come on out and see my lot.
But it's all covered with water.
No, it's not too deep. Just walk straight out.
You better let me lead the way, Miss Faye. Follow me. You guys are maniacs flying out in the middle of a swamp. How stupid can you get?
Curly?
What?
This lot's too tall for Julius.
Yeah, they're making them grocery boys too short these days. You think he'll come up?
I don't know. Why? Is it important?
If I'm going to bottle this stuff, I don't want that kid floating around. There's not much call for sparkling Julius, you know. Hey, maybe we ought to go down there and see...
What's the matter with you guys? Ain't you got no hearts?
Where you been, kid? We missed you. Here, give me your hand. Let me help you up. I'll
Get
get you...
your clammy mitts off of me, little waterlogged body. What are you, a couple of zombies or something?
What are you beefing about? You came up, didn't you?
What were you doing down there so long?
Now, there's a nice, stupid question. I was having dinner with Esther Williams and Ben Gay. Sometimes I wonder...
Will you keep quiet?
I won't be quiet. You come right out of here. Come right out of there.
Honey, I'm not going to do it. This is my lot. The parade goes right by this place.
Which way, upstream or down? Bill, we're not going
going to see the parade from here. It's foggy, it's full of water, and it's halfway to Chicago.
Oh, don't exaggerate. It's not that far out. The man said the parade goes right past this lot, and we're going to stay here and see it. A little bit of water never hurt anybody.
Curly!
Huh?
I hear music. Hey, the parade must be starting already.
It can't be. It's not supposed to start. Hey, you're right. Yeah. Hey, here comes the first float through the fog. Hey, it's pretty cool. Hey, look at it. It's all done up like a ship. Hey, mister, that's a nice float you got there.
What float, son? This is the Mississippi Showboat. Which way to Natchez, boy?
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. RCA Victor's new Victrola 45 instruments represent a completely new system of recorded music, the 45 system. And it's the system that makes the difference. The handy 7-inch record and automatic changer are the first ever designed together to play together as a unit. Both are the result of not just months, but years of scientific tests. That's why RCA Victor's 45 system sounds better, plays easier, and costs less than any other system of recorded music. And listen to this. If you buy a Victrola 45 instrument now, you'll receive at no extra cost over $6 worth of RCA Victor hit record albums as a bonus. Over $6 worth of record albums are yours for the purchase of any RCA Victor instrument that plays 45s exclusively. So, act now. Don't miss this wonderful holiday season offer. Brought to you by RCA Victor.
Folks, this is Phil again. You know, nice things you can't hear too often. So from our entire cast here on the RCA Victor program, may we wish you everything you want for the coming year. For your safety and for that of your loved ones, please drive carefully. If you drink, don't drive. And if you're sleepy, pull over to the curb and take a nap. You'll lose a little time, but at least you'll wake up. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Happy New Year, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the air, and Goodbye, Mr. Chips on NBC.
Hollywood is on the air. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Ken Carpenter bringing you a preview of the film that every radio listener is waiting for, Love Thy Neighbor. The movie starring radio's 2 battling comedians, Jack Benny and Fred Allen.
Love Thy Neighbor. You should have Allen for a neighbor.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's the picture that stars Jack and Fred together, with Mary Martin heading the supporting cast, and Barry Teasdale, the Merrimacs, Virginia Dale, and Jack's man-of-all-work, Rochester, joining in the festivities. Love Thy Neighbor.
Love Thy Neighbor, yes, but love Benny, never.
It's a picture loaded with laughs and music, comedy and romance, not to mention a gang of the swellest-looking girls you've seen in years. That reminds me, Jack, where are the girls?
I'll find them right away. Oh, Joe, what happened to the girls?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, where are the girls?
I don't know. Hey, Bill, where are the girls?
I don't know. Hey, Sam!
Never mind, let it go. I'll find them myself.
Yes, sir, it's more fun than any picture in years, and we're happy today to be able to bring you the stars of Love Thy Neighbor in person to show you what goes on the screen. And to start our show off, we bring you one of America's favorite entertainers, Fred Allen.
Thank you.
Fred, how'd you like working with Jack Benny in Love Thy Neighbor?
Frankly, Mr. Benny is an artistic faux pas. How people can laugh at that corn-fed clown is beyond me, sir. His idea of humor is giving his grandmother a hot foot and then hiding the fire extinguisher. He's as funny as a leak in an oxygen tent, and that's only a synopsis.
My word, suppose he heard you say that.
He's lower than a snail's outlook, and if I ever get my hands on him, I'll beat him incognito. I'll tear him...
You'll what, Alan?
You heard me.
Yes, I heard you, and you better close that slow leak.
Shh, Jack, Fred, we're on the air.
You better close that slow leak under your nose before I vulcanize it.
Put your hands up, Benny. I'll put so many lumps on you, you'll think you've got a skin full of tea bags.
Oh, yes? If I ever hit you on the nose, the world will finally know what you're using for blood.
Come in.
I was told I would find Jack Benny here.
Hello. This is a break. It's Mary Martin, ladies and gentlemen, and Mary, you came just in the nick of time. Jack and Fred were just about to lace into each other. I think maybe if you got in there and danced or sang or something, it might relieve the tension.
You do sing and dance, don't you?
Oh, she sure does, Jack. And if she'll do a song for us right now, maybe you and Fred will get a chance to cool off.
Well, then what are we waiting for?
How about it, Mary?
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to have the Mary Mac step up to the microphone to assist her.
On this night, the wind sleeps, a drowsy old moon mopes above. Suddenly comes a jolt, crash goes a thunderbolt. Isn't that just like love? Straight is your path, and firm is your step, and then at the drop of a glove, wearing soft breeches, north, that is July the 4th. Isn't that just like love? Isn't it odd to walk up to a dream and say, don't I know you? Isn't it weird to hear miracles talk and say, well, how do you do? Clear is your mind and strong is your will. A mountain is simpler to show. Then the ground falls apart, boom goes your apple cart. Isn't that just like love?
Calm as the night, the wind is asleep, a drowsy old moon mopes above. All at once roses rain when there's a hurricane. Isn't that just like love? Straight is your path, and firm is your step, and then at the drop of a glove, bridges burn, buildings fall, clang, there's a riot call. Isn't that just like love? Isn't it odd to bump into a cloud and say, shake hands with fate, shake hands with fate. Isn't it strange to make friends with a haze and here? Tomorrow at 8, tomorrow at 8, tomorrow at 8. Bold are your views and lofty your aims. The stuff pioneers are made of. Hold your hat, grab your heart, boom goes your apple cart. Hold your hat, grab your heart, boom goes your apple cart. Isn't that just like love? Isn't it just like
That was Isn't That Just Like Love, sung by Mary Martin, with vocal encores by the Mary Macs. And now we present that well-known musician, that fiddler extraordinary, that road company hypets, Jack Benny. Jack, won't you play something for us?
Very well, I'll play if you insist. Of course, I'll have to borrow a fiddle from one of the boys in the orchestra.
Give him yours, Alonzo.
Turn that passe Peter Pan off.
Why, Fred!
Turn him off.
What's the matter, Fred?
This is no time to quibble, man. In just 1 second, Jack Benny will be playing Love and Blow.
Well, don't you like music?
Music? You call that music? Brother, I have heard the raucous wail of the wildcat at bay. I have heard the eerie shriek of a ghost with its ectoplasm caught in a transom. I have heard a man with false teeth chewing slate pencils. And any one of those ear-defiling sonatas was closer to love and bloom than Benny is right now. Get me out of here.
Well, Rochester. Oh, Rochester.
You call me, boss?
That's some costume, Rochester. Well, now, what in the world are you supposed to be?
I'm Romeo. I'm taking my favorite Juliet to a masquerade tonight.
Rochester, before you and Juliet step out, here's Teresa Harris, your girlfriend in both Buck Benny Rides Again and Love Thy Neighbor. What do you say to you and Teresa singing your newest number, Dearest, Dearest I?
Okay. Dearest, dearest, I whisper prettily unto thee. Thou art solid murder, what a kick thou givest me. When I'm sentimental, dost thou dig my jive? I feel gallant and gentle. Is it bad if I'm glad I'm alive? Dearest, dearest, I take thee tenderly in my arms, while I wax poetic on thy killer dilla charm. Hark ye to my ticker, that's the reason why I fain was called a victor. Oh, dearest, dearest I.
My. Thou fliest high.
Thou tellest I.
Dearest, dearest I reply. Sir, you sabotage me with that thee and thou and thy. Shakespeare was a jive man, but where is he today? Why, heaven's sakes alive, man, how sayeth things he couldn't say. Dearest, dearest, we up the middle aisle. Then forsooth and yakky sacky, we could still live in style.
Lord and lady snarling, really do drop by at Stratford on the Harlem. Oh, dearest,
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 dearest, dearest I.
Ah, very fine, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting on toward the end of our Love Thy Neighbor program now. But before we go, I want to bring our two stars to the microphone once more, because they've both promised me confidentially to give us their honest opinion on this picture. Now, first we have Fred Allen. Fred, what do you really think deep down in your heart about Love Thy Neighbor?
Love Thy Neighbor is gay, exciting, diverting, and entertaining, with the possible exception of the seconds or minutes that Mr. Benny is on the screen.
Oh, thank you, Fred. And now, Jack Benny. Jack, have you anything to add to what Fred Allen has said?
Don't mind him, folks. The rest of us carry him along. And Love Thy Neighbor is really a very nice show.
Oh, I'm sure it is, Jack.
And oh, yes, I forgot to tell you, Mary Martin sings My Heart Belongs to Daddy in the picture, and I'm Daddy.
She sure does sing it, Jack, and she's going to show us right now just how she does it. Ladies and gentlemen, the girl who made the song famous, the song that made the girl famous. Mary Martin singing My Heart Belongs to Daddy.
I used to fall in love with all those boys who call themselves buddies. I used to trail young men at Yale and make them fail in their studies. But now I've come to care for such a sweet millionaire. While tearing on a game of golf, I may make a play for the caddy, but when I do, I don't follow through, 'cause my heart belongs to Daddy. If I invite a boy some night to dine on my fine Finnan Haddie, I just adore his asking for more, but my heart belongs to Daddy. Yes, my heart belongs to Daddy, so I simply couldn't be bad. Yes, my heart belongs to Daddy. Daddy. So I want to warn you, laddie, though I think you're perfectly swell, that my heart belongs to Daddy, and my daddy, he treats it so well. Though other dames at football games may long for a strong undergraddie, I never dream of playing the team, 'cause my heart belongs to Daddy. So I want to warn you, laddie, though I think you're perfectly swell, that my heart belongs to Daddy, and my daddy, he treats it so
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been enjoying a radio preview of the new comedy Love Thy Neighbor, in which Jack Benny shares top billing with Fred Allen.
Top billing? That no-account nasal nonentity? Allen's in the picture for a small role, but it's not much. How could it be?
I don't know how, but that's what it says here. Fred, who would you say gets top billing, you or Jack Benny?
It is true that Benny wormed his way into Love Thy Neighbor. But let me assure you, no one is required to love neighbor Benny. As if anyone could.
Well, folks, that's the way it goes. But whatever Jack says and whatever Fred says, the two battling comedians of the airways do share starring honors in Love Thy Neighbor. And they've shared them on this radio preview of the picture. Also featured on this program from the cast of Love Thy Neighbor were Mary Martin, Rochester, Teresa Harris, and the Merrymans. For a continuation of the melody and fun, we refer you to your favorite theater. This is Ken Carpenter speaking. This program was produced in the Paramount Studio in Hollywood.
February 15th. Radio Theater presents Jack and Brewster's Millions. Presents Hollywood. Tonight, our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, brings us Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. And as added attractions, 2 sweepstake winners, and Willis of Hollywood, stocking designer of the stars, and the Lux Radio Theater Orchestra under the direction of Louis Silvers. So, to the makers of Lux Flakes, those gentle, marvelously effective soap flakes, welcome you to another hour in Hollywood. Before we start Brewster's Millions, let me suggest to our women listeners that Lux Flakes can save you, well, if not millions of dollars, at least quite a lot of money. For example, take this experience a Massachusetts woman had with Lux Flakes.
I each bought a pink silk suit at the same time. She was first along to hers. When she told me how it shrunk and was almost white, well, I was discouraged and put off washing mine. At last I had to, and using Lux as I always do, I found it didn't shrink in any way, and the color hadn't changed at all. I then asked my friend what she used, and it was not Lux.
Just remember, Lux Flakes are different. They are so pure and gentle that they're safe for anything that's safe in water alone. It's a waste of money to have nice dresses spoiled in washing. So, always use Lux Flakes and play safe. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Throughout the world, people celebrate Jack Benny's birthday by sending flowers, candy, and valentines to each other. That it happens to be February 14th is, of course, only incidental. Jack made his first entrance in Waukegan, Illinois. He also made his first audition there. At a tender age, he played the violin for the manager of the local theater. Deeply impressed, the manager gave him a job at once as doorman. When the World War broke out, Jack took a personal interest in it. He joined the Navy. To toughen him for battle, his officers asked him to play at a sailor's benefit. Jack was only a little like Nero on this occasion, So while he played, the audience burned. So when he put down his fiddle and talked, they enjoyed every minute of it. Jack knew right then that while his fiddle playing was funny, his jokes were funnier. The way Jack became the husband of Mary Livingston is funny, too. They were introduced by one of the four Marx brothers. The first night they met, Jack couldn't understand a word Mary said because she didn't say anything. A few months later, Mary called to see him. This time, she talked to the extent of telling him that she liked him very much. Jack married her at once before she could change her mind. The most popular comedian on the air, Jack is a record-breaking picture personality. The statisticians tell me that in his recent film, College Holiday, he smoked the incredible number of 1,500 cigars. I noticed Jack smoking one of the cigars a little while ago, and I agree with the statisticians. They are incredible. Tonight, we hear Mr. Benny as Jack Brewster, and Miss Livingston becomes Mary Gray. But we've heard enough about our stars. Now let's hear from them. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater surrenders its microphones to Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in Brewster's Millions. We're in the offices of Grant and Vanderpool, attorneys at law. For months, the two senior partners have been trying to locate one Jack Brewster, who has recently fallen heir to a huge fortune. At last, their efforts have been rewarded. Grant, one of the attorneys, reads from a typewritten report.
Jack B. Brewster, sex, male, color, white, dark complexion. Living now in New York boarding house run by Mrs. Bridget Gray, 822 West 46th Street. At the present time, Brewster is unemployed, single, evidently in desperate financial condition. Type of regular employment unknown, but claims to be a musician. Well, there you are. That's the detective's report.
Jack B. Brewster. Are you sure that's the man we want?
It seems to be. The middle initial must stand for Benjamin, his uncle's name.
In desperate financial condition, eh? Looks like a pleasant surprise in store for him.
A cool million would be a pleasant prize for anyone.
$1 million. Is that the final reckoning?
Well, it's 1 or 6, depending upon Brewster himself. If he lives up to the terms of the will, he'll inherit $6 million at the end of the year.
Have you notified him yet?
No. We'd better break it gently. Hello. Send Timothy in here, will you? I want him to run an errand.
Wouldn't a letter be safer?
I want Brewster here in person before he knows any of the terms. Secrecy is the essence of the will.
Yes, Mr. Grant?
Oh, come here, Timothy. I want you to go to 822 West 46th Street. Find a fellow by the name of Jack B. Brewster and bring him back here with you.
Yes, sir. I suppose he isn't there.
Oh, he'll be there. It's his boarding house. If he's not in when you call, camp on the doorstep until he comes back.
Yes, sir. I'll get him, Mr. Grant.
Oh, come in.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, it's you. Mary, you know you shouldn't interrupt me when I'm practicing.
Gee, somebody should.
Never mind that. What do you want?
That man is here again.
What man?
You know, the fellow from the law office. He wants to see you, says it's very important.
Oh, important, eh? Well, not to me. And what does he think I am, a dope?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Say, listen, I've been dodging that fella for a week, and he's not going to get me now.
Why don't you find out what he wants?
I know what he wants. He's got a claim against me for something and probably thinks he's going to attach my assets. Well, he's got another thing coming.
Yes, he thinks he can find any assets.
I'll tell him I'm not here. Tell him I've moved. Tell him I'm in China.
I did.
Oh, you did, huh? What did he say?
He said he'd be back in 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Must have a pretty rough idea where China is.
No, but he's got a pretty good idea where you are.
Well, I'm wise to these lawyers' tricks. I've been dragged into court so often I'm beginning to look like Exhibit A. But I get along all right.
Gee, Jack, you're smart.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like to brag, but I guess when it comes to money matters, I'm about as smart as the next fella. You know, Mary, I've got ideas. Big ideas. Why, if I had $10,000 or $20,000 right now, I could turn it into $250,000 like that.
$250,000?
Maybe $500,000, maybe $2 million. There's no limit to what I could do.
Gee, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
And before I forget, Mother says if you don't pay your back rent by Wednesday, you'll have to get out.
There you go. It's a fine way to treat a man with big ideas. And bills to match. And another thing, it's a nice attitude for your mother to take or as her future son-in-law. I'll bet $10 she doesn't want you to marry me.
Fine to take her and you got your room rent.
Yeah? What has she got against me anyway? I'm honest, ain't I? And I'm hard-working, too. When I can find any work. Being broke isn't any disgrace. Why, there are 10 people living in this boarding house right now who owe her lots more than I do. Why does she always pick on me?
You're her favorite.
Oh.
But don't let it worry you, Jack. I still feel the same.
Do you, Mary?
Of course I do.
Well, that's all I need. If you have faith in me, I can lick the world. We'll get married yet. You wait and see.
Sure we will.
Say, Mary, remember the first time we met? Gee, that was a great day for me. I'll never forget it.
I tried, and I can't either.
And then the day we went to Coney Island, remember? I held your hand all the way home, and when we got inside, I put my arm around you, and...
And you said, Mary, will you marry me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gee, 8 years can go fast.
8 years. You're always bringing that up.
Well, it is 8 years, isn't it?
Well, that's not my fault. I can't help it if I can't find work.
Well, don't yell at me.
Who's yelling?
You are. May I come in?
Oh, hello, Miss Smith. Sure, come on in.
Thank you. I was sitting in my room and I thought I heard voices in here.
That's funny. I didn't hear a thing. Did you, Jack?
No.
Oh, now. You were having a little spat, weren't you?
Just a little one, yes.
But it had possibilities.
I thought so. Now, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Just sit right down, both of you.
What for?
I'm going to read you the last chapter of my new novel. It's called Girl Meets Boy.
Girl Meets Boy? Wait a minute, there is a story called Boy Meets Girl.
Well, this is Girl Meets Boy.
Oh, a leap year story.
Anyway, it's all about a young couple just like you. It'll do you good to listen to it.
Now, look, Miss Smith, there's no use wasting your voice and your energy reading it to us. You ought to save your strength for reading it to the publishers.
She read it to 5 of them already.
That's enough, Mary.
You said it.
Now, listen, children. Girl Meets Boy by Sophie Smith, Chapter 10.
Chapter 10? What happened to the first 9?
What's the difference?
Oh.
No. I want to start with Chapter 10 because that's the reconciliation scene that brings the lovers back together. And that's what I want you to hear.
Very well. Go ahead.
In the gathering shadows of the midsummer twilight, Gwendolen stood in the garden of the inn with Theodore. Oh, Gwendolen, he murmured. Oh, Theodore, she answered. His arm flew round her waist, and pressing her close, he kissed her full on the lips. A long, blistering, lingering kiss.
Now we're getting someplace.
So is Theodore.
Mary. Go ahead, Miss Smith.
Carried away by the ardor of his love, Theodore seized her in a mad embrace, flung his arms round her, and crushed her closely to him.
Mary, what are you laughing at?
Theodore goes wild.
Mary, please, it's getting interesting. Continue, Miss Smith.
Oh, my sweet, he said.
Me? Oh, pardon me.
It's been so long since last we held each other in this close embrace. So long. Yes, she said. 8 long years.
Hey, stop.
Fine, Mr.
What are you trying to do, start some more trouble?
Mary?
Yes, Ma?
Oh, here you are.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Gray.
Good morning, is it? Do you know what time it is? I come up here to tell you once and for all I'm serving breakfast up to 11 o'clock. And if anyone can't come on time, then he gets left.
Come on, Jack. Ask one down. Sits on the piano stool.
Okay.
Will you have another piece of toast, Mr. Dudley?
Thank you. I don't mind if I do.
Miss Dawn, will you have some?
No, thanks. I have to watch my weight, you know.
What for, Miss Dawn?
Oh, haven't you heard? I'm going to have a tryout this morning for the Winter Follies. Mr. Crane, the producer, is very interested in my voice.
Say, I've been hearing that story for the last 6 months, but nothing ever happened.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you, Mr. Donovan, I've been hearing about that invention of yours for the last 10 months, but I don't see anyone buying it.
I got the patent on it, ain't I?
A patent on an egg holder.
Yeah, and it ain't an egg holder. It's a soft-boiled egg opener. A device to prevent the egg from sliding down the side of the cup.
Well, now if you can keep it from sliding down your vest, I think you got something there.
Yes, I was saying so the other evening.
Is that so, Mr. Dudley?
Yes.
It's been my privilege in the past to promote the manufacture of several worthwhile articles, and I'd like to promote Mr. Donovan's invention, too, if I had
Yes, that's what Jack needs, too.
Yeah, money. The curse of modern civilization, but we gotta have it. Well, if I had a couple of $1,000 right now, I could turn it into $1 million like that. That's all I'd need, a few paltry $1,000.
Paltry?
Yeah.
Well, if you had $5, you'd declare a dividend.
I would, eh?
Oh, Mr. Brewster.
Yeah, Rosie?
There's a man here from a lawyer's office.
Tell him I'm not in.
Mr. Brewster,
Yes, Mrs. Gray.
I have you know I'm running a respectable boarding house, and I'm not used to having bill collectors sitting in my parlor. You go and see that man right away and get rid of him, or I'll have to ask you to leave.
Oh, all right. But if anything happens to me, you'll be sorry.
Sorry for what?
That's gratitude for the way I worry about the rent I owe. Don't push me.
I don't think it's fair.
Morning. You Mr. Jack B. Brewster?
Yeah, and the B is for broke. I guess that ends our little meeting right now.
Mr. Brewster, I'm from Grant and Vanderpool. They want you to come to the office.
Oh, both of them want to see me. Doubling up on me, huh? Now, listen, you. You go back and tell Mr. Grant to tell Mr. Vanderpool that Mr. Brewster is no Mr. Sucker. I'll let that be the end of it.
Very well, but all I can...
I don't want to hear it.
Wait. If you don't come, you won't collect the money.
What'd you say?
The money. If you don't come with me, you won't collect it.
Wait a minute. You mean someone wants to give me something?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Your uncle. He died a month ago and left a will making his sole heir. Shall I get some more water, Mr. Grant?
Rub his wrist.
Well, he said he'd faint. You should have broken it gently.
Mr. Brewster, are you all right?
No.
Oh, good. He's coming around. Now get into the outer office, Timothy, and don't let anyone come in here for an hour.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brewster, look at me. Are you all right?
Where am I?
You're in my office, don't you remember? My name is Grant.
Where's your beard?
No, I'm a lawyer.
Oh, that's right. I came here and you said...
I said that you just inherited $1 million and you fainted. How do you feel now?
Like $1 million. Not bad out of a sound sleep. Huh? So good old Uncle Ned left me a fortune, eh? I always did like old Uncle Ned. Lately.
Mr. Brewster, I have some other news for you.
Good news?
Exceptionally good. But I'm a little afraid to tell you. I shouldn't want you to faint again.
Don't worry, shoot.
5 years ago, your grandfather died. We've just opened the codicil of his will, and we find that he also left you something.
What a parlay. Go on.
Now, Mr. Brewster, get ready now.
I'm ready.
Mr. Brewster, your grandfather left you in the codicil of his will the sum of exactly $6 million.
Not bad.
You're not going to faint?
I don't think so. You know, they say the first million is the hardest.
Well, I'm relieved. Of course, your grandfather's bequest has certain conditions.
I knew there was a catch. I bet I'll have to earn it. What kind of conditions?
Mr. Brewster, are you good at spending money?
Well, I don't know. I never tried.
Then let me tell you this. You will inherit the $6 million left for your grandfather only and if, at the end of 1 year from today, you have spent the entire $1 million left by your uncle.
What? You mean all I have to do is run through this $1 million in 1 year and I'll get 6 more?
Exactly.
Well, I can start out by paying my back room rent. That'll put a dent in it. Hey, I always thought there was something screwy about Grandpa.
Briefly, the story is this. Your grandfather hated and despised your uncle.
Well, as long as they both liked me.
He knew that your uncle would leave you quite a sum of money, and he didn't want you to keep it.
Listen, give me my uncle's $1 million and let me out of here. I'll come back in a year with holes in my socks, if any.
That's exactly what you'll have to do. Now, listen to this. Before my grandson can claim the $6 million, he must spend the entire sum of money left by his uncle and appear before the executors 1 year from the day this is read. He must have no worldly possessions whatsoever, no cash in his pocket, no more than 1 suit of clothes.
Well, I'm dressed for the part right now.
There's more. Listen. Under no conditions may my grandson take anyone into his confidence. No one must know why he is spending his uncle's money. Or this codicil will be invalidated, and he will lose the bequest.
That means I can't tell anyone, eh?
Oh, you can tell them that you've inherited $1 million, yes, but you mustn't tell them about the rest of it.
I see. Go on.
It must be understood by my grandson that he must under no circumstances give money away recklessly. And, which is very important,
Yeah?
he must be and remain single. There must be no matrimonial entanglement.
Wait a minute. You mean I can't get married for a year?
That's what it says.
Gee, what a handicap. A wife is such a help when it comes to spending money. Anyway, how am I going to explain it to Mary? That's my girl.
You mustn't explain it. If you do, you don't get another penny. Well, what do you say? Are you willing to go through with it?
Willing? Brother, I'm ready, willing, and able. 3 smart boys.
Well, come to the office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I'll have a check for you. But don't forget, you've got to spend every penny of it.
Leave it to me. $1 million in a year, why, all I have to do is spend about $3,000 a day. Someday I'll spend 6 and relax a day.
Well, Mr. Brewster, good day and good luck.
It sure is and was. Just think of this. This morning I didn't have a dime, and now I'm a millionaire. Well, so long, Mr. Grant.
So long.
Oh, I almost forgot. Lend me a nickel, will you? I want to go home on the subway.
Mary, will you pass the asparagus to Mr. Dudley, please?
I would if there was any left.
Oh, never mind. It's quite all right. Oh, by the way, Mary, where is Mr. Brewster? I haven't seen him since breakfast.
Don't ask me. This is the first time he's missed a lunch in 3 years.
I think he left the house with that lawyer.
Hey, maybe they put him in the jug. Pass the butter, will you?
Oh, hope nothing has happened to him. Maybe he'll telephone.
What are you so worried about, Miss Dawn?
Oh, I'm not worried. Mr. Brewster means nothing to me. Will you pass the bread, please, Mr. Donovan?
Say, I thought you was trying to keep your weight down. Ain't you getting a tryout today?
She had it already. Pass her the bread.
Well, greetings to you, one and all.
Well, look who's here.
I told you he never missed lunch.
Mary, I've got some news for you, and what news? Folks, you're in on this, too. But hold on to your chairs, because it's going to blow the roof off.
Well, what is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now looking at none other than Jack B. Brewster, the millionaire. The B is for big shot.
B is for bottle, and that's what you've been hitting.
What do you mean, bottle? I tell you, I'm in the money. I'm a millionaire.
Is this on the level?
Sure it is. My uncle died and left me $1 million.
Holy congratulations.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks. Well, Mrs. Gray, what do you think of me now?
Pay your back rent by Wednesday or get out.
All right. You'll get your rent, and I'll get out, too. I'm moving to a Park Avenue penthouse tomorrow morning. So there. I want you all to come up and see me sometime.
We will, tall, dark, and balmy.
But I'm not going to forget my old friend. Sophie, did you say that book of yours was finished?
Why, yes, Mr. Brewster.
Well, bring it around. I'm going to publish it for you.
Are you crazy? That book has been turned down by every publisher in the country.
Well, we'll send it to another country, and that's not all I'm going to do. Mike, I'm going to manufacture and market that invention of yours.
Hooray!
I'll show you my heart's in the right place. Dudley, you can be my business manager. I need one.
You need a keeper, too.
I'll get one.
Oh, Mr. Brewster, how can I...
Don't say no more. I'll start you off at $200 a week.
Oh, Mr. Brewster, I think you're just the most wonderful thing.
You haven't seen anything yet. You know what I'm going to do for you, Miss Dawn? I'm going to finance a new show, the biggest thing that ever hit Broadway. And you're going to play the lead in it.
Oh, Mr. Brewster, this is too much.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it won't last long.
Dudley, get busy. Engage me a suite of offices in the Empire State Building. Take a whole floor. We got to do things right.
You're doing things right, all right. A year from now, you won't have a nickel.
That's the idea. I mean, what's the difference?
You're spending your dough like a wild man.
Sure, Wild Jack Brewster, that's me. Before I'm finished, I'll make Diamond Jim Brady look like Sir Harry Lauder. Mike, run outside and order me a taxi cab.
Sure, Mr. Brewster.
Tell him to pull up to the door and stand there until I come out.
Are you leaving already?
No, but I have an appointment at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I want the cab to wait.
We'll continue this week's news in a minute. Now, I'd like to take you to a pretty little home on Arden Street in Los Angeles. A young bride is upset, and she's telling her friend about it.
But Bob never talked that way before, Peggy.
Oh, he meant it as a joke.
It's no joke to say my hands look like tomatoes. My hands get red, it's because I'm washing dishes. For him.
Now, honey, that's no excuse. After all, a man does hate to see his wife get dish brown hands. They spoil his pride in her. Now, look here. Why don't you do what I do? Wash dishes with Lux Flakes. Do Lux Flakes really make a difference? Oh, I say they do. Well, my hands used to get so raw and chapped, I just couldn't bear to show them. Then I began using Lux Flakes. And honestly, it reduced my hands and lost that dish brown look. And now look. See how soft and white they
was like when I got married.
Any women's hands are apt to get red and rough if exposed to harsh soaps in the dishpan. Such soaps dry the natural oils of the skin. Why risk this when, for less than a cent a day, you can use gentle Lux Flakes for your dishes? Just try Lux Flakes for 10 days or so. You'll never use anything else. They're so soothing, leave your hands so soft and white. Start using Lux Flakes for your breakfast dishes tomorrow. Now back to our play and Cecil B. DeMille.
We continue with Brewster's Millions, starring Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. Faced with the enviable task of spending $1 million inside of a year, Jack has gone on a mad buying spree. Nothing is too much, nothing is too good. But his romance with Mary, he's at a complete standstill due to the conditions of the bequest. He can't marry her, nor can he tell her the reason. As our scene begins, we're in Jack's suite of offices. Mary and Dudley, the business manager, are in deep conversation.
I tell you, Miss Gray, he's throwing his money around like a madman. He's run through $100,000 in the last 30 days, and what has he got to show for it?
A lot of canceled checks.
Exactly. Now, look at this. $710 for typewriters.
How many did he get?
10. And he's hired 5 stenographers.
Gee, they'll have to use their feet, too.
Oh, Miss Gray, you've got to do something. If he keeps on at this rate, he won't have a penny to his name. And he's in the market, too. He just bought 1,000 shares of stock that's headed straight for the bottom. They sell him out, it'll cost him about $40,000.
$40,000?
And he's going to buy more this afternoon. It's absolutely worthless. I tried to tell him, but he won't listen to me.
Will he listen to me? I've got a couple of things I'd like to speak to Mr. Brewster about.
Well, look who's here. Good morning, Mary. Good morning, Dudley.
Good morning, Mr. Brewster. There's a man waiting to see you in the outer office.
I'm too busy to see him now. Send him a check.
A check? What for?
I don't care. Whatever he's selling. Well, Mary, how are you?
Oh, I'm all.
I'll take it, Dudley. You skip along outside.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mary. Hello? Yes? All right, yes, 1,000 shares. That's right. Oh, going down, eh? We'll buy another 1,000. Sure, I mean it. I'm a bull. I said I'm a bull.
Like in baloney.
And listen, if it goes down again, keep buying. Right. Well, Mary, how are you?
Oh, I'm all.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes? Why, of course I'll contribute to a deserving charity. What's the name of the organization? The Society for Helping Joe Dugan. I see. All right, Mr. Dugan, come and see me in the morning. Well, Mary, how's every little...
Oh, I'm all.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes, that's right. I'm putting on a new show. Oh, you're an actor, eh? Now, that's fine. Would you be willing to accept $250 a week? What? You're not worth it? All right, then. I'll make it $500. Goodbye. Well, Mary, how are you?
Hand me that phone, will you?
Hey, what are you doing? Stop it.
I'm all right, Jack. How are you?
Thanks for ruining my telephone. There goes another $10.
I'm not going to sit here and listen to you spend money all day.
Oh, what do you mean? It's business, isn't it? You know the old saying, you got to spend it if you want to make it.
Yes, and a fool and his money are soon parted.
He who hesitates is lost. Now, it's your turn.
Look what you've been doing the last month. Running around like a wild man. And this new show you're going to open. You realize the producer lost $70,000 last year on a show like that?
Oh, cheapskate. Wait till you see my flop. I mean my show.
And Barbara Dawn. You seem to be getting along fine with her, don't you?
What do you mean?
Spending all that money for clothes and furs. You bought her 3 fur coats in the last 2 weeks.
Well, that's all right. We're just building her up.
What for, a polar expedition?
You're not jealous now, are you, Mary?
Jealous of Barbara Dawn? I should say not.
Oh, Mary, don't feel like that. Barbara Dawn is nothing to me. Really, you're the only one that counts.
Well, if you think so much of me, why don't you do something about it?
You mean, get married?
Yes. I've been wearing your engagement ring so long, my whole hand is turning green.
Now, look, Mary. Mary, you've gotta trust me. I just can't get married now.
Why not?
Well, I can't tell you. You'll just have to take my word. There's a very good reason. Look, will you trust me, Mary?
Well, if you'll stop spending money.
Oh, gee, thanks. That's swell.
Oh, Mr. Brewster.
Yeah?
Your car's downstairs.
Oh, that's right. Come on, Mary. I've got an appointment with a man to buy a gold. Well, how do you like the new car, Mary? Only $18,000. Not bad, huh?
It's all right. You got a trailer, too, huh?
Trailer? That's the rumble seat.
Hey, Hey, watch out where you're driving. Slow down.
Don't worry, everything's under control, Mary. Watch that speedometer.
Hey, stop, stop.
What for? We're only doing 60.
I said stop. Did you hear me? Stop.
Nothing doing. Hey, pull over there.
You'll stop.
Gee, can you imagine that? A cop.
Don't give him any back talk, Jack. A friend of mine got a big fine the other day for sacking a policeman.
Oh, yeah? Are you sure of that?
I was with him. Why?
Oh, never mind. A big fine, eh? Well.
Look out, he's coming over.
Well, where do you think you're going? To a fire?
What's it to you, slug?
Jack.
Oh, a fresh guy, eh?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Shut up.
Hey, Weasel, I got a good mind to hand you a ticket. What do you think of that?
Make it two. I have a lady with me.
Hey, listen, mister. It's a $200 fine for doing 60 in this town. See?
Sure, I see, you dope. You think I'm blind? And I wasn't doing 60. I was doing 75.
Oh, you was, eh?
Yeah, in another minute I'd have been in high.
Now, listen, you.
Come on. Give me a ticket and scram out of here before I lose my temper.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. What does he think he is, anyhow? I'm a citizen of this town and a taxpayer. I'm not taking any back talk from a dumb flatfoot. What do you think of that, Charlie Chan?
I guess you're right, mister.
What?
Maybe I was too hasty. I'm sorry.
Hey, wait a minute.
After all, it's folks like you who are paying my salary, and I got no right to get fresh with you. Excuse me.
Hey, wait, what about the ticket? What about that $200 fine?
Oh, that's all right. Forget it, mister. So long.
Hey!
Hello? Mr. Brewster's office? Oh, Mr. Brewster, can you see Miss Dawn now?
Okay, have her come in.
Have her come in, please.
How do we stand, Dudley? Go on with that report.
Well, that's all there is, sir. Your expenses for the last 2 months total almost $300,000.
$300,000 in 2 months. Not bad. How's that stock of mine?
Going down faster than ever.
Good. When it hits zero, sell. Oh, hello, Miss Dawn.
Hello, Mr. Brewster.
That'll be all, Dudley.
Yes, sir.
Well, how's the little leading lady today?
Just fine. Like my new dress?
Hey, that's all right. Better get a couple of more just like it.
Oh, Jack. Why are you so sweet to me, Jack?
Oh, I just like to spend money, and you've got to have clothes if you're going to be a star. You're one of my big investments, Miss Dawn.
Was that all I mean to you? Investment?
Well, now
I don't believe it. You wouldn't be doing all this for me unless...
No.
Oh, Jack, why don't you say it? Why don't you tell me that you love me?
What?
You do. You know you do.
Now, look here, Miss Dawn. You're making a big mistake.
Perhaps, but I love you anyway. There, I've said it.
I mean, you're all wrong.
I'm not
that.
wrong. I don't care what anyone says about you. I still think you're the nicest man I ever met.
Oh, no.
Oh, Jack, darling,
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Come right in. You know Miss Dawn, of course.
Miss Dawn? Not the Miss Dawn.
Yeah.
The one who used to live at our boarding house?
I think you remember me.
Gee, I didn't recognize you for a minute behind those eyelashes. Or is it a new kind of a veil?
Now, wait, Mary.
If you'll excuse me, Jack, I'll come back sometime when you're alone.
He was alone when I came in. Oh, she wants to be alone with you, huh? What did she mean by that crack?
Oh, don't pay any attention to her, Mary. Listen, do you want to come to the theater with me? I'm picking talent for the new show.
Talent? It was up to you. Garber would still be in Sweden.
Oh, come on. Okay, Gallagher. Mary, you sit next to me. We got plenty of talent here this afternoon.
Plenty and loud.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet down. Well, all right. Let's see. Who's first?
We are, Mr. Brewster. Yeah, we were here for you.
Well, what are your names, boys?
Moisey and Slade. You know those two funny guys. I'm Moisey. Yeah, he's Moisey.
I guess that makes you Slade, then.
Yeah, we're comedians. Ain't we, Moisey?
Yeah. Well, that's very funny. Let's hear your act, boys.
Don't tell me there's more.
Mary.
Well, I come out, see? I walk across the stage. Slade comes out from the other side, and we bump into each other. We bump into each other.
Make it hard.
Can I say hello, Slade?
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Wait. You don't have to go any further. You're killing me. Take these fellas outside and sign them up.
Take him outside and hang him up.
This way, boys.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Brewster, but may I have a word with you?
What is it?
I don't wish to waste my time here any further. I am a tragedian. I have trod the boards as Hamlet, as Macbeth, as Othello. Have you an opening for me?
Well,
There's a manhole just outside.
Quiet. See, Mr. Gallagher, tell him I said you can play prologue.
I thank you.
Now, who's next, folks?
We are. Come on, Goldstein. Sure. How are you, Mr. Brewster?
Oh, hello.
We're Gillis and Goldstein, and we're writing up smash hits for singing.
Songwriters, eh? Did you ever write any hit numbers?
Listen, you ever hear Mother McCree, Old Man River, the St. Louis Blues?
Yeah, sure.
We write good ones. Hey, listen. I got a song will be sweeping the country by storm.
Yeah, what's the name of it?
My Hoochie Coochie Kid. Swing it.
Be good for our show, rather.
I got a Hoochie Coochie baby, son on a Hoochie Coochie Isle. And if she's something, believe me, mister, she's the swellest gal in town. Hot stuff, eh?
It burns me up, too.
Listen, Mr. Goldstein, are all your songs like that one?
If such a thing is possible, some of them are even better.
If such a thing is possible.
Wait a minute. No use going any further with this talent business.
Now you're getting smart.
Hey, Gallagher.
Yes, Mr. Brewster?
Give everybody here a contract. Rehearsal start tomorrow. We should be ready to open in a month.
If such a thing is possible.
Hello, Dudley.
Hello, Miss Brewster. I'm sorry to bother you at this hour, but I've got to see you.
Well, sure. Come in. You see the opening tonight, Dudley?
Yes, sir. But that's not what I've come to talk about.
Hey, you look worried. What's the matter?
Mr. Brewster, I've got a confession to make.
At 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir. I couldn't sleep. It's been on my mind for a week, and I can't bear it any longer.
Hey, here. What's wrong?
Mr. Brewster, I'm a thief.
A thief?
A swindler. An embezzler. I've stolen money from you, gambled with it on the market. I thought the stock would go up, but it didn't. And now I've come to confess. Oh, do what you want with me. I don't care. I'm no good.
I see. What stock did you buy?
American Timber.
How much did you lose?
$22,000.
That's loyalty for you. You get a hot thing like that, and you don't let me in on it. What? Take another $10,000. Buy some more.
You mean you're not going to send me to prison?
Of course not. That isn't not unless the stock goes up.
But I'll pay it back. I swear with every penny.
I don't want it back.
But I want to give it to you. $22,000.
I said I don't want it. Now listen. Have you seen the newspaper account of my new show?
Why, no.
Well, get this. It's practically certain that Playboy Brewster, that's me, has backed the biggest flop ever seen on Broadway. Before it is withdrawn, it will probably cost him over $200,000. There. And you come around with your paltry $22,000. Get out of here.
Here you are, Mr. Brewster. Here are the latest reports.
Let me see it. Oh, this is awful.
Oh, well, Mr. Brewster, what's wrong?
That gold mine I bought. Look, they struck gold.
Struck gold? Why, that's wonderful.
Dudley, you got to sell that mine, do you hear? And sell it cheap.
Cheap? It's worth a fortune.
That's the whole trouble. For 8 months I've been going beautifully, and now look what happened. I've started to make money. Answer that.
Hello? Yes? Yes, he's here. Who? Oh, one moment, please.
Who is it?
It's Hollywood calling. Mr. Rosenblatt of Super Sound Pictures.
Oh, it's the Brewster. What does he want? Hello? Yes, Jack Brewster. What? You want to buy the rights to my show? Are you crazy? My show is a flop, the biggest flop in years. Oh, I see. You like to buy flops because they're cheaper. Well, I won't sell. No, I don't want a check for $50,000. Goodbye. Oh, this is terrible. What am I going to do?
Why, Mr. Brewster, I don't understand.
Shut up. I got to think something. What can I do to... Wait a minute. Wait, I've got an idea.
Yes, sir?
Dudley, go out and buy me a yacht.
A what?
A yacht, a big one. Hire me a crew and invite all my friends. My enemies, too. I want a crowd. We're going on a 3-month cruise.
Say, Skipper, where did you say we were?
About 30 miles off the coast of Virginia, Miss Gray.
Is that all? You mean we've been sailing around out here for 6 weeks and we're only that far?
We've been going in circles. I heard Mr. Brewster give the order.
I advised him to turn around and head for port yesterday, but he won't do it.
Head for port? What for?
The barometer's falling fast. We're in for a heavy storm.
A storm? Holy smoke.
I can't understand, Mr. Brewster. I asked him why he wanted to stay out, and he said he can't run the risk of making money on shore.
I think he's going batty.
Where's he now?
He's forward with Miss Dawn.
Oh, he is, eh? I've suspected that for a long time.
I mean, he's in the fore part of the boat. He and Miss Dawn are making plans to produce another show.
What? Another show, eh? Wait here, folks. I'll tell him a thing or two.
You see, Miss Dawn, I figure the ballet alone will cost about $70,000.
Oh, that's wonderful.
You know, I think there's a storm approaching.
You said it, fathead. I want to speak to you.
Oh, a tornado, huh? Hello, Mary.
What's the idea of putting on another show? Didn't the last one cost you enough?
Not quite. You see,
Pardon me. I'm not wanted here. I'll leave. You got something there. Goodbye.
Now, listen, Mary.
You listen to me. I'm sick and tired of the way you're throwing money around. And I'm sick and tired of waiting for you to make up your mind about getting married.
Oh, why are you getting excited?
Excited? I don't want a honeymoon on the Townsend plan.
Mary, look, give me 2 months. That's all I ask. Just 2 months.
What are you talking about?
Oh, man, I can't explain it now, but the show will cost about $250,000. That's exactly what I have to get rid. Oh, don't ask me.
All right. But listen to this. If you throw another penny away on a new show or any other crazy idea, we're through. What's up?
Oh, Mary.
I mean it. If you do one more crazy stunt, I'll never look at you again.
Mr. Brewster.
What do you want, Skipper?
We've got to turn around and head for port, sir. We're listing badly.
But I don't want to go on shore.
We've got to. If we don't start now, we'll have to be assisted by the Marjorie O. She's standing by to help us.
Oh, I don't care. Do what you want.
Yes, sir. But if the Marjorie O assists us, she'll get salvage value. The whole boat will belong to the owners of the Marjorie O.
What?
It's maritime law. You'll lose $250,000.
Wait a minute. Are you sure of that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, put out to sea.
What? Are you crazy?
Yes, sir. Put out to sea and notify the Marjorie O. We need assistance. Tell her we'll give her salvage rights and a bonus to every sailor. Go on. Go on.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
After getting rid of $1 million, we think Jack Benny Brewster and Mary Gray Livingston are entitled to a little rest. So before continuing our play, we bring you another couple who also find themselves the possessors of sudden wealth. As the result of a $2.50 investment in the Irish sweepstakes, Marjorie Wood and Norbert Jansen of Los Angeles have just received $50,000. I've asked them here to tell us what it's like to get pennies from heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, Marjorie Wood and Norbert Jansen. First, what are you going to do with the money?
We put it in the bank.
In a joint account?
Well, not exactly, Mr. Mills. You see, we figured if we could win $50,000, then anything might happen between now and April. Then we expect to get married.
We decided not to take any chances.
What do you do for a living, Bert?
Oh, I'm a painter.
Portraits or landscape?
Neither. He paints hot water heaters.
And you?
Well, I used to work in an ice cream parlor, but I've been taking it kind of easy ever since the money came along.
In our play tonight, Jack Benny fainted when he found a fortune in his lap. Now, how did you take the shock?
Well, we were both eating lunch over at Marjorie's house, but we learned that our horse had been drawn.
But what did you do? What did you say?
We just looked at each other, and Norbert said, "Hey, I sure would like another piece of apple pie." The first thing we're going to do is buy a car so we can go on our honeymoon.
We'd never seen New York, and I sure want to... And if we aren't scrapping by that time, I guess we'll all go down to Florida.
But first, I want to see Niagara Falls.
And when we get back, I'm going to keep on painting hot water heaters, and Marjorie can run the house.
And believe me, we're not going to have any maids either. I learned plenty in my life about being thrifty and careful, and I'm going right on being just the same way.
Because this is a Lux program, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to say to you one of the things that has helped me a lot in being thrifty has been to take care of my silk stockings and other nice things by washing them in Lux flakes. I'll continue to use them.
That's sound advice for every housewife. And now just one more question. Why do you suppose fate picked you two to win that $50,000?
Well, I don't know, except maybe it was because I was born on Friday, April 13th, 1913.
And you, Miss Wood?
I wished I could be original, but I can't. I was born on Friday, April 13th, 1913, too.
Why don't you get married on April 13th? And let's hope your luck continues. Thank you both for coming here.
Bye,
Goodbye,
Mr.
Mr. DeMille.
Don't leave till you see what happens to Brewster. And now, Brewster's Millions, starring Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. It's the morning of the last day, the day on which Jack has to be completely broke if he's to inherit his grandfather's $6 million. In his hotel room, he's talking to Grant, the lawyer.
So you're really broke, eh, Mr. Brewster?
Listen, Mr. Grant, I'm so broke that, well, I haven't eaten in a week. If I pull my belt in one more notch, I'll look like an hourglass.
What about possessions? Do you own anything?
Not a thing. I lost my boat. I sold my furniture. I owe 2 months' hotel and office rent. If the holes in my socks were any bigger, I could use them for garters.
Well, you seem to have complied with all the conditions of the will. Of course, it's not 12 o'clock noon yet.
I know it. That's why I'm hiding out. Believe me, I've had a tough time, Mr. Grant. Everything I touched turned to gold, except Mary's ring. And I'm not taking any chances. I'm staying right here until the time's almost up.
A good idea. Well, I suppose you had a good time spending all that money.
No, it was all right. Of course, I lost my girl.
You mean Miss Gray?
Yeah. She got sore at me for spending so much and walked out. I haven't seen her for 2 months.
Oh, well, those things happen, Mr. Brewster. Like I always say, that's life.
Did you make that up yourself? Anyway, Mr. Grant, I don't feel too happy about it.
Well, maybe when she finds out the real reason why you were spending your money, she'll forgive you.
Maybe. That's why I want her to be in the office when you hand over the money. And I've asked the whole crowd to show up.
I'll be delighted to explain it to her. Well, it's time I left, Mr. Brewster. I'll see you at exactly 12 noon.
That's right, at the office.
Until that time, don't take any nickels, wooden or otherwise.
I could have used you in my show.
Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Brewster's office. No, he ain't here. Yeah. Well, I want to see him, too. He owes me 13 weeks' salary. Say, do you know a good lawyer? I want to bring a suit against that guy myself.
Here, put down that phone. It's a fine thing you're doing, asking for a lawyer so you can sue your own boss. That's loyalty, that is.
Aw, dry up. What about my back salary?
I only owe you 13 weeks. You're not superstitious, are you? You'll get your back salary as soon as I get what's coming to me.
And I hope it's soon.
I'll remember that remark, Miss Higgins, when it's time for bonuses. Anybody arrive yet?
Yeah, they're inside. Say, where is that guy? Oh, here you are.
Oh, hello, Mary. Gee, it's good to see you again.
Yeah. Well, I didn't come because I wanted to. Mr. Dudley dragged me. I didn't ever want to see you again.
Oh, gee. Don't talk like that, Mary. I'm crazy about you. No fooling.
Don't mind me, folks. I don't work here anymore.
You may go, Miss Higgins.
Sure.
Mary, let me look at you. Gee, you look swell.
Thanks. If you look better, I'd return the compliment.
Well, I've been on a sort of a diet. Haven't eaten much of anything for a week. You know, life has its ups and downs, Mary. Sometimes you're on top. Sometimes you hit the bottom.
You must have landed with an awful stud.
Well,
You're broke, eh?
Well, sort of.
In other words, you're right back where you were 9 years ago. No money, no job.
That's right. Only this time, I haven't even got a girl.
And what happened to that Dawn dame?
Oh, Mary, she meant nothing to me.
Only 3-4 coats a week.
I wish I had the lining of one for a suit.
Oh, well, I don't want to talk about her.
Look, Mary, do you think that... would it be possible... Oh, you probably won't believe me anyway.
Probably not.
Mary, I've been a fool. I'll be a different guy. Wait till you see.
You mean you'll really reform?
From now on, you won't know it's the same fella. I'll let you be the boss. You can even handle the cash.
That'll be easy enough.
What do you say, Mary? Is it a go? I mean, can we start all over again?
Well,
Oh, come on.
you promise you won't pull any more crazy stunts?
Cross my heart, I'll never spend a dime unless you okay it.
All right, Jack. It's a go.
Oh, gee, Mary.
Some fun, eh?
Yeah.
Come on, we better join the others. They're waiting for you.
That's right, I forgot. Where are they, in here?
Yeah.
Gee, I'm not even hungry now. Hello, folks.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Mr. Brewster. We've been anxious.
One at a time, folks, one at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, I've asked you here today for a very special reason. I'm not at liberty to tell you what it's all about, but as soon as the clock strikes 12, I'm going to hand you all a big surprise. During the last year, you have all seen me under very trying conditions. Needless to say, I had good reason for my actions, but now everything has turned out fine. In the first place, I am completely broke. But never mind that. It's all part of the plan.
What's the big surprise, Jack?
You'll see, Mary.
Well, while we're waiting, I have a little surprise, too.
You, Mr. Dudley?
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brewster once did a very fine thing for me, and I've never forgotten it. To show him that my heart's in the right place and to prove my gratitude, I take pleasure in returning to him his $22,000.
What?
Here you are, Mr. Brewster. Here.
Put it away! Put it away!
I promised to pay it back.
You asked for it. Get rid of it.
Jack, you take that.
No. Listen, I don't want it. I can't take it. I don't know what he's talking about.
Remember what I said, Jack.
Open the window, quick.
The man's crazy.
Now, give me that money. There. That settles that.
Holy mackerel, he threw $22,000 out the window.
And that's not ticker tape. Jack, this is the end.
Mary, I had to do
Don't
it.
speak to me. And after you promised
Mary,
to...
listen.
No.
The guy's off his nut.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brewster.
Oh, come in, Mr. Grant. Mary, don't leave, please. Sit down, Mr. Grant.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Brewster, it's exactly 12 noon. Have you changed your financial status?
Mr. Grant, I'm twice as broke as ever before.
Good. Then I take pleasure in presenting you with this check for $6 million. Here you are.
It's a gag.
No, it isn't, Mary. I'm rich.
I don't get this.
Well, Mary, look. Now, let me explain. I had to spend my uncle's million in a year so I could get the $6 million left by my grandfather. It's all mine, Mary. Every penny of it.
Just a minute. I don't understand this yet, but don't forget our agreement. I handle the cash.
Yes, my love. Are you happy, Mary?
Oh, Jack, it's wonderful.
You know, from now on, you can have anything you want.
Anything?
Yeah.
You mean it?
Of course I do.
Well, let's run out and get a hamburger. I'm starved.
Okay, and the treat's on me.
Brewster gets his millions, Mary gets Brewster, and we get a promise from Jack Benny and Mary Livingston that after a little time out, they'll be back with us for a bit of Benny banter. Willies of Hollywood is not a term referring to the jitters of the film capital. Willies is really William Monshine, the man who sheathes the handsome legs of many Hollywood stars in silk stockings. His rise is one from canvas to silk, for Willie started his career as an amateur prize fighter, winning 60 out of 85 bouts by knockouts. But then silk stockings caught his eye, and he's been designing them ever since, for motion pictures and such Broadway shows as Earl Carroll's Vanities. Ladies and gentlemen, Willies of Hollywood.
Thank you. A woman's vanity can be blamed for a lot of things, ladies and gentlemen, but not for silk stockings. For it was none other than King Henry VIII who first exhibited the fatted calf in silk.
His daughter, Queen Elizabeth, was the first woman to wear silk stockings. Her first pair were 2 months in the making. Now, you tell us about the stocking feet of Hollywood's royalty.
Right now, many of the stars are wearing sandal stockings, those that have neither toe nor heel. This is a type that now graces the international famous legs of Marlene Dietrich. Lily Pons wears them, afternoon and evening. Grace Moore prefers them, and so does Greta Garbo. Miss Garbo is frequently accused of large feet, but I assure you she wears the same size stocking as the average woman, 9.5. Ginger Rogers is very fond of iridescent stockings. Jean Harlow invariably wears nets, mesh hose for both street and formal dress.
Well, this may be a little shock to the husbands in our audience, but didn't you tell me that a woman should have 20 pairs of stockings?
That's quite true. But they'll last a full year if properly cared for. Here's the advice I give the motion picture wardrobe directors here in Hollywood. When you use Lux Flakes, you preserve the elasticity of silk. And naturally, stockings fit better and wear longer. You should never soak stockings or rub them. Just dip them into Lux suds that are lukewarm or cool. Then rinse in almost cool water. After this, you can roll them in a Turkish towel to take out the moisture. Then shape them a bit and dry away from heat. Never dry stockings on a radiator. Here are some tips about selecting the right stockings. If you're a little on the heavy side, you'll find that stockings with clocks or net stockings with perpendicular lines will slenderize wide calves and ankles. If your legs are a bit too thin, get stockings with a very low heel. I hope I've been of some help. Thank you.
Good night, Willis of Hollywood. According to the clock, it's now time for tonight's star to make a second entrance. I welcome her with a bouquet of freshly plucked congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Mary Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and I'd like to tell you what a grand program I think the Lux Radio Theater is, especially tonight. And I'm sure that goes for my assistant, too.
Assistant?
Come in.
Miss Livingston?
Yes?
I'd like to take this opportunity to
I'm
wish
sorry,
you...
Jack. I'm sorry, but I was just about to interview our star, Miss Livingston.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd like to hear me play the B on my violin.
So would millions of other people, but we don't believe you own a violin, and we don't believe you can play one. It's just an obsession that's gone to your head.
Yeah, he's got a bee in his bonnet.
Yeah? Is that DeMille or Fred Allen? Huh? Say, Mr. DeMille... Mr. DeMille, you directed the picture, The Plainsman.
Yes, I did. Did you see it?
Yes, and I want to tell you how good I thought it could be. Nice photography, swell story. I thought Gene Arthur was terrific.
Yeah, you know, Gary Cooper was in it, too.
Cooper? Oh, yes, that's what I wanted to speak to you about. Of course, you know, Gary and I are both working for Paramount Studio, and I don't want to say anything out of the way, but, look, Mr. DeMille, you know, I do that outdoor stuff myself. You've heard of me, Buck Benny, I think.
Yes,
I can't understand how you've overlooked me. I see you in the commissary all the time.
Oh, do you eat in there?
Yes, that's in my contract. I get my meals and car fare.
What about your salary?
They're coming to that.
Yes. If you ever make another picture of that type, please don't forget me.
Thank you, I will.
You're welcome.
Oh, Jack, tell me, doesn't this kind of a broadcast make you a little nervous?
Well, now that it's all over, Mr. DeMille, I will admit I was. Of course, on our own half-hour shows, I generally give my all. But this being an hour show, I just had to give twice of myself. You were good, too, Mary, and tonight I'm going to pay you for working with me. What are you laughing at?
I just thought of something very funny.
All right, what is it?
This is my lucky day.
Remember our own products, Mary.
Jack, I want to thank you and Mary for coming up here tonight. Maybe you can't play the bee, but you can play Brewster like $1 million.
And if you spend it all in 1 year, $6 million.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille, for letting me be an actor.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Oh, Mr. DeMille, don't forget that little thing we discussed. You know, the hint I dropped. Remember, I'm the Cooper type.
Yes, Jackie.
Jackie Cooper. Goodbye.
Thank you, Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. There's a rare dramatic thrill awaiting us next week, and Mr. DeMille tells us about it in just a moment. Tonight, our cast included Crawford Kent as Mr. Grant, Fred Harrington as Mr. Vanderpool, Lee Millar as Mr. Dudley, Margaret Brayton as Barbara Dawn, Helena Grant as Sophie Smith, Helen Kears as Mrs. Gray, John Gibson as Mike Donovan, Hal K. Dawson as Mr. Murphy, Eddie Kane as Slade, Lionel Belmore as Presidium, Ross Forrester as Gillis, Abe Reynolds as Goldstone, Inez Seabury as Secretary, Lou Merrill as Skipper, William Royal as Police Officer, and Frank Nelson as Stage Manager. The play Brewster's Millions is by Winchell Smith and Byron Ongley, dramatized from the novel by George Barr McCutcheon. Jack Benny and Mary Livingston appeared through courtesy of General Foods, the makers of Jell-O, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film, Love is News. And now, Mr. DeMille. Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater, we nail the skull and crossbones to our mast and lift anchor on what I consider the most thrilling and romantic drama ever to have come from the pen of that master of adventure, Raphael Sabatini. Our play, Captain Blood. And our stars, the same splendid four who made the motion picture such a memorable event on the modern screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Errol Flynn, Olivia de Havilland, Basil Rathbone, and Henry Stevenson. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater takes us back to the days of cutthroats and cutlasses in presenting Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland in Captain Blood with Basil Rathbone, Henry Stevenson, and Donald Crisp. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy. Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. There's a contagious disease spreading around the college these days, and you don't have to be a doctor to recognize the symptoms. A wandering eye, the listless manner, and the unwonted eagerness and rejoicing with which the dismissal bell is greeted. All these are the signs of spring fever. And no one at Ivy seems to escape the affliction, least of all Dr. William Todhunter Hall, the president, and his wife Victoria, who are taking an afternoon stroll through the campus.
Vicky, if I'm called upon to justify my absence from presidential duties this afternoon, I hope I can do so with dignity and logic.
Oh, go on. I guess even the college president can play hockey now and then if he wants to.
Hooky, my love. The word is hooky. Hockey is a sport usually played on ice.
Oh. Ever play it?
Hooky?
No, hockey.
Oh, yes. In my junior and senior years here at Ivy, I played goalie.
Same time as you played hockey? My, you were busy, weren't you?
No. A goalie is a hockey player. He guards the goal, which is a sort of a cage on a steel frame. One year, we took our paraphernalia over to Newcastle College because they were short of equipment. The papers made quite a to-do about our carrying goals to Newcastle.
Oh, yeah, Newcastle. Yeah, I like this story. Well, if you're caught, I'll tell them you were running a few degrees of spring fever and had to get some fresh air.
Yes, in these vernal seasons of the year, as John Milton said, when the air is calm and pleasant, it were an injury and sullenness against nature not to go out and see her riches and partake in her rejoicing.
I somehow can't think of Milton rejoicing. I just think of him as a melancholy fellow who lost his paradise.
But he regained it, you remember. I think his publishers demanded a cheerful sequel.
No, I think maybe 20th Century Fox made him an offer if he'd fixed it up with a box office ending.
And in that case, it would have been 17th Century Fox. But why are you staring at Emerson Hall, Vicky? And not that I hold any brief for it as an academic Taj Mahal.
Yes, but I always wanted to ask you, what's that odd little balcony above the entrance for?
Well, that, my love, is known as Applegate's Folly. It was originally designed by Applegate as a niche to hold a statue. But a great controversy arose as to whose statue. Partisans fought for such favorites as Socrates, Copernicus, Albert Hubbard, and Ulysses S. Grant.
Who won? Stonewall Jackson?
No. A compromise was finally achieved in the person of Wilbur Bessemer, the then president of Ivy, and literally a stout fellow. But then it was discovered that the niche was too narrow. Either Bessemer would have to go on a drastic diet, or they would have to settle for someone tall and lean, like Abraham Lincoln. But since Lincoln was already mounted in the foyer of Emerson Hall, the plan was abandoned.
Yeah, I know I'm going to regret this, but why didn't somebody think of putting Emerson in Emerson Hall?
Oh, they did. Oh, yes. But Emerson's statue had already been installed in Hawthorne Hall. No, don't ask me why. No, I don't know.
Well, anyway, that I understand completely. Now, my Aunt Edith always kept the pepper in the salt cellar.
Well, that's a parallel case.
Yes. Let's cut across here, darling, and go home by way of the horticultural building. Oh, it smells so good over there. Maybe I can beg a handful of jonquils for the living room.
Splendid idea, Vicky. A little floral decoration.
Hello, Miss Hall. Hiya, Doc.
Hi, Grogan.
Pull over to the curb and shut your motor off a minute, will you?
Why, of course, Grogan. Have we violated some pedestrian regulation?
Nothing personal, Doc, but if I was to let you go through here, cutting across the flower beds, every knucklehead in this brain factory of yours would have been tramping all over the place in their size 12s. And it ain't fair to Newts in the garden.
Well, I'm sorry, Grogan. It was my idea, and I didn't know anything was planted here.
Nobody ever knows anything is planted here because nothing ever comes up. Anything Newts and grows here is strictly for the boys.
Did it ever occur to anybody to put up a sign saying keep off or something, or am I oversimplifying?
Oh, you ain't oversimplifying, ma'am. You're underestimating.
Underestimating what, Grogan?
Well, the talent these kids around here got for larceny. I'll put up a dozen signs. Every time I turn my back, somebody swipes them. If a sign stays up for 3 months, nobody wants it. But a fresh painted sign with a varnish not hardly dry yet, this is a prize. They got to steal it. What's the psychology of it, Doc?
Oh, it's a psychotic reversion, Grogan. Definitely related to the Oedipus and Electra complexes.
No.
Yes, with overtones of frustration. Stemming, undoubtedly, from a traumatic experience in the cortex or medulla oblongata.
Ain't it the truth?
The undergraduate compulsion to acquire public notices is an inverted form of exhibitionism, underscored by a neurotic disturbance in the realm of the anxiety syndrome.
Ooh, what spring does to him.
It's an aberration, commented on and documented copiously by the Viennese psychologist Van Schmickelberg in his monumental Auf Niebenhauer Blickenspiel, and supplemented later by Dipfelmeier, as set forth in his 12-volume Schlagenprofunde den Linden mit Pfeffernussen in der Kringelsturm.
It's amazing, Doc, the way you and me think along the same line.
Grogan, I'm sure he'd like to lend you Von Schmickelberg's book any time you want to read it. What was the name of it again, dear?
You mean the Kriegswasser nicht zerstören in der Aufgeschmacke?
No. I mean the Schwander der Dudelsack Pfeifer.
There's so many of them.
Yes.
Well, Grogan, I'm sorry we violated the regulation.
That's okay, Doc. I spent half my life keeping people from taking a shortcut, and the other half looking for stolen signs, the brass ball off the flagpole, the skeletons out of the medical building. I find them, read them the riot act, growl on them, and say, listen, chums, no more, see? And what happens? They pat me on the back and say, good old Grogan, the student's friend.
And you know they mean it, Grogan.
Well, before it goes to my head and I start pinning medals on myself, I got to go track down 25 missing Somalians.
$25?
Yeah, and it's a mess, Doc. Some gal loses $25 from one of the dormitories. So I got a right away to start making like Scotland Yard, with a dean of women breathing down my leg like a police commissioner.
Well, if this is true, Gerwin, it's a serious charge.
Oh, don't I know it? And the trouble is, every time I look at these nice kids, I can't believe one of them might be a crook. They can steal my good signs, and I don't worry. But when money turns up missing, that ain't a good sign. That's a bad one.
Darling, it's nearly 5. Aren't you about through for the day?
One more appointment, Vicky. Dean Huxley called, and she's sending one of her young charges over to see me.
Oh, dear. Some co-ed out late again without a pass.
No, this is one of our most exemplary students, Eleanor Joyce.
Eleanor? Oh, she's one of the bright and busy ones. I don't know how she finds the time. She's on half the student committees this year.
Yes, but why does she want to resign from the most important of all of them, the Student Judiciary Council?
Yeah? Maybe she flipped her lid.
Flipped her lid.
It's a slang expression.
I know, dear, but it was not originally a slang expression. No, it derives from our American Revolution.
Really?
A soldier from a New Hampshire regiment named Philip Lyd. Philip O. Lyd, to be exact. He was in the habit of going all to pieces at the first rattle of musketry. So, doing a Philip O. Lyd soon became a New England expression. And by 1800 had become corrupted to flip the lid.
William.
Yes, dear?
Was the case of Philip O. Lyd covered in von Schmickelberg's book?
So, Victoria, my love, you are becoming much too perceptive.
Yes.
Yes, I can see. I shall have
that
to.
must be Eleanor, Toddy. As von Schmickelberg would say, ich will der Dog gessen.
Hello, Mrs. Hall.
Good afternoon, Eleanor. Come in. Dr. Hall's waiting for you.
Thank you. I rushed over as soon as I got out of class. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Miss Joyce. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Well, Dean Huxley sent me over, but of course you know that. I suppose she's told you that I want to resign from the Judiciary Council.
Yes, she has. Naturally, I'm surprised and disappointed.
And you might as well face it, Eleanor. Dr. Hall's going to try his best to change your mind, and I don't think you've got a chance.
Well, Miss Joyce, I know you're serving on several student committees, but I'd like to suggest that if you must drop one, it should not be the Student Judiciary Council.
But, Dr. Hall, you see, I don't feel that I'm any longer qualified to serve on it.
Well, being on a Judiciary Council makes you a kind of judge, Eleanor, but do you think you should be the judge of the judge? Since you are the judge?
Oh, but I'm just one of 3, Mrs. Hall. I certainly can be replaced easily enough, and besides, it's such a big responsibility.
Oh, I know it is, Eleanor, but responsibilities mustn't be shirked because of their size. In physics, we are taught that there is no action without a reaction. By extension, there is no privilege without an attendant responsibility. Yours is the privilege of possessing brains and judgment and the high regard of your fellow students. Your obligation is to use these possessions wisely and for the common good.
But, Eleanor, you must have had a good reason for wanting to resign.
You see, Mrs. Hall, the next case that's coming up before the council concerns a girl who's been accused of taking money from another girl's room.
Oh, yes, I did hear that some money had been reported missing, but I was hoping it was just a loss and not a theft. However, it seems to me that this is exactly the kind of instance where you can most properly fulfill your function as a student judge.
But, Dr. Hall, Judy, the girl they've accused, is my roommate, one of my very best friends.
Oh, dear. Well, I can see where that would make it embarrassing for both of you.
Yes, it also makes it a great deal more important that you should remain on the council. Your withdrawal now could be taken as an assumption by you of her guilt.
Eleanor, do you really think Judy took the money?
I don't know what to think, Mrs. Hall. Well, everybody knows that Judy was the only one in the dormitory Sunday afternoon, and I know she couldn't have taken it, but, well, Judy's always broke, and then Monday morning, right out of the blue, she paid me back $15 she's owed me for several weeks. When I asked her where she got it, she got angry and said it was none of my business.
Well, surely you wouldn't convict her on that kind of flimsy evidence, would you?
No, of course not, but When I tried to ask her for some explanation because I wanted to help her, she got so mad that now I'm positive she thinks that I believe she's guilty, and, well, I just can't face her.
Well, Eleanor, however personally distressing this may be for you, I don't think you should evade your responsibility. And you might remember two of Sir Matthew Hale's rules for judicial conduct. That you be wholly intent upon the business you are about, remitting all other cares and thoughts as unseasonable, and that you suffer not yourself to be prepossessed with any judgment at all until the whole business be heard.
The Voice of America is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
And now to return to the Halls of Ivy. It's the following morning, and Victoria Hall is reading the newspaper while Dr. Hall, after many interruptions, is trying to concentrate on a long and complicated financial report.
Now, let me see. Installing sump pump in basement of Wellman Hall.
Installing a what, Toddy?
A sump pump. And for $1,450. It's outrageous. I think, not knowing exactly how much one should pay for a sump pump.
Well, maybe some pumps come to a bigger sum than other sump pumps. Well, incidentally, what exactly is a sump pump? Yeah, and please don't refer me to that Viennese authority von Schnickelberg. No.
A sump pump, my love, is a pump installed in a sump. A sump is a pit or reservoir. Now, if I can have a moment's quiet, it seems to me that $1,450.
Oh, I'm
What happened?
Well, I'm sorry. I thought I'd take the receiver off the hook so the phone wouldn't ring and disturb you while you were working. I dropped the telephone.
Well, thank you just the same. Now, let me see. For $1,450 for installing the something. Well, what's that?
Oh, it's just the vacuum cleaner, dear. I'll get Louisa to turn it right off.
Oh, it's inevitable. Louisa has an infallible sense of timing. Whenever I have work requiring concentration, this and no other is the time for vacuum cleaning. I know that some people would enshrine the man who invented the vacuum cleaner among the immortals. But I, who ask only for one little moment of cloistered quiet...
Oh, darling, Louisa must have heard you. She's turned it off.
When you think that for the sake of a speck or two of dust, you endanger the delicate tissues of our neural system, and when you consider that $1,450 for the sump pump, plus $648.
Yeah, well, it's all right. Louisa will answer the door.
$1,456. No. Oh, no. I've been looking at the wrong figure.
I'm over here, darling.
Yes, I see. $1,450. Oh, I see. I don't add the $1,450. That's included. Oh, dear. Come in, Louisa.
Excuse me, Dr. Hall. The mayor's here. Oh. Mrs. Hall, I put it in the icebox. Yeah, well, thank you so much, Louisa. It's very thoughtful of you, and I'm glad you told me. I know you don't like me to, Dr. Hall, but it was turning green. But what can you expect when you've had it since Christmas?
Well, if I've had it since Christmas, Louisa, you might just as well throw it out. It's even too late to reply by telegram.
That's the funniest thing I ever heard, Dr. Hall. They say that sometimes when cheese gets old, it smells so strong it can walk away by itself. But I never knew it could walk as far as the telegraph office. Oh, it's the cheese you put in the icebox, not the mail.
That's what I said, Mrs. Hall.
Oh.
Now, what did I do with the mail?
What's that peeping out of your apron pocket?
Oh, my. Here you are, Dr. Hall. Here's the mail.
Thank you, Louisa.
And, Mrs. Hall, I'll just have to sweep today. Well, got my work to do. Must have been a hairpin.
Now, how does a hairpin make a cheese turn green?
Yeah. Well, it's a good question, and I have a silly answer. The hairpin was caught in the vacuum cleaner, darling, and I quite stopped so suddenly.
Oh, hairpins. Yes, I must remember that. In the future, when I want quiet, I shall tiptoe out and silently strew hairpins all around.
Yes. And Just to silently pay the repair bills, I'm sure. Any mail for me?
Vicky, look at this. $25.
Oh, Toddy, you won something. Have you been sending in box tops again? Huh? Trying to win a little dandy space patrol disintegrator with a built-in rocket signal?
Listen to the note with it. I'm sorry I caused such trouble. Judy Buckley didn't steal the money. I did. I just wanted to borrow it. But since there's been so much fuss, I am returning it. I hope this clears up everything without any further trouble for her. Naturally, it's unsigned.
Well, good for Miss Unsigned. That gets Eleanor out of her dilemma.
Yes, but it poses a dilemma for me. What about Miss Anonymous? Since she's returned the money, am I just to accept her explanation? Or am I to try and find out her identity? I think I'd better call Dean Huxley about this right away.
Yes, and Eleanor, too. She'll be delighted. But, darling, first of all, you'd better get in touch with Grogan and tell him to call off his bloodhound.
Yes.
Hiya, cutie.
Just wipe your shoes on the matting, Mr. Grogan, and don't call me cutie.
Okay, lammy pie.
Wipe your feet good. Got enough mud on them to plant petunias in.
What, home?
Last time you was here, you tracked up the whole living room.
Oh, come on, give us a smile. Let us see your dimples.
There are footmarks all over Dr. Hall's study, too.
Oh, I like to leave little reminders of myself around, sweetie puss.
Oh, Mr. Grogan, come in.
How are you, Miss Hall?
Dr. Hall's in the study. He's expecting you.
Oh, good.
Mrs. Hall, it came back, and I hung it in the basement. And such big feet, too.
Well, I see it, and I hear it, and I'll never believe it. What a dame. She talks like a warped Ouija board.
And before we start speculating about whose feet are hanging in the basement, let's go. Toddy, Officer Grogan's here.
Hello, Grogan. Come in.
Hi, Doc. Got the message you wanted to see me.
That's right. I'd like to turn over the missing $25 to you.
What missing $25?
Well, you know, the money you were looking for in the dormitory.
Yes, it was returned to me with an unsigned letter.
Now, wait a minute. Leave us not go our separate ways together. You want to give me $25, I'll take it. But this ain't the $25 that was missing from the dormitory.
Why? What makes you so sure it isn't?
On account of I found that $25 myself early this a.m. That's Grogan. While the world sleeps, he's out solving crime.
How could you have found the stolen money? It was returned to Dr. Hall in this morning's mail.
That money wasn't stolen. It was just mislaid. Look, in what I've learned, seems like 100 years working with these kids. But I've learned when something is lost, it probably ain't. So I figures money is paper. Where do kids put papers? In books, comes my quick reply. So I says to this doll, go through all your books, mouse mind. And she does. And there it was in her trigonometry.
It doesn't really make much sense. You find the $25 in a book.
And I receive, ostensibly, the same $25 in the morning mail.
Well, it ain't often I get two solutions to the same crime, Doc. But it looks like you're $25 ahead. You could stick it in your pocket and forget it. But you got a conscience. The most expensive organ in the human body. So, what do? Go pinch somebody for sending you 25 clams?
No, it won't be necessary, Grogan. The case is closed, thanks to your experience and ingenuity. And since I now know who sent me this money, I must get busy and return it.
But, Toddy, who? Oh.
Shh, my love, this is hush money, and hush money doesn't talk. I sent for you, Eleanor, because I knew you'd be glad to hear that your friend Judy's innocence has been completely established.
Oh, it has? Well, that's wonderful, Dr. Hall.
Yes, Officer Grogan was just here and told us the good news.
Officer Grogan? But what did he have?
He found the money this morning.
The girl had tucked it away in a book and then forgotten all about it.
Found the money in a book? But that's not...
Yes, it wasn't stolen at all, Eleanor.
Oh, then... Oh, Dr. Hall, but Oh, dear.
I also wanted to see you because I have something to return to you. Something I received in the mail this morning. $25. It's yours, isn't it, Eleanor?
Yes, it is, Dr. Hall. I was very stupid, wasn't I?
Oh, I would rather call it a little impulsive and premature, Eleanor. You didn't give your friend Judy a chance.
No wonder she was furious with me. I don't blame her. I'm furious with myself.
Well, fortunately, Eleanor, nobody is guilty and nobody has to stand trial. You weren't aware of it, but you were compounding a felony that never existed. Even if you had shifted the finger of accusation from your friend, suspicion would still have remained very much alive in your own mind. And if Mr. Grogan hadn't solved the mystery, you would have left everybody wondering who took some money that was never stolen.
It seems a shame, doesn't it, darling, that such a nice girl as Eleanor could make such a mistake in judgment with the best of intentions.
Well, Vicky, as Oscar Wilde observed, whenever a man does a thoroughly stupid thing, it is always from the noblest motive.
You were very gentle in handling her, Toddy. And now, while you're enjoying the satisfaction you so richly deserve for the solution of this case, I've got a mystery of my own to solve.
And what is that, my love?
I've got to go and find out whose feet Louisa hung in the basement. And I hope it's von Schickelberg.
We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today.
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Nick Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing the Academy Award winner, Zippity-Doo-Dah.
Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine heading my way. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual. Everything is satisfaction. Zippity-doo-yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day. Oh, Mr. My shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual. Everything is satisfaction. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and
tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, since Willoughby's store closed down a month ago, our young hero, Dennis Day, has held several other jobs, but his latest has lasted by far the longest. He started on it yesterday, and the boss told him he could come back today. Of course, the fact that he's his own boss may have had something to do with it. You see, yesterday he invested his entire savings in a used car and became Weaverville's only taxicab company. The cab is now parked at the curb of the Anderson house, and Dennis, glowing with pardonable pride, is showing it to his girlfriend, Mildred.
Oh, boy, isn't she a beauty, Mildred? Isn't she a dream?
Yes, it's very nice, Dennis.
And for only $150. Of course, she doesn't have all the gadgets on her the 48s have.
No, I suppose not. What kind of a car is it?
1923 Essex.
But isn't that a little old, Dennis?
All the cars the man had for $150 were a little old. I took this one because it runs on gasoline.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess the people here will be grateful to have any kind of a taxi cab in town.
Oh, you never saw such gratitude in your life, Mildred. I've had 4 customers so far, and every one of them, when they got to their destinations, they got down on their hands and knees and kissed the ground.
Dennis, are you sure this car's really in good condition?
Oh, just wait till you take a drive in her. Smooth as any car on the market today. Except she rattles a bit when she goes over some obstacle in the road, like the white line.
She rattles when she goes over a white line?
Well, I think I loosened her up a little yesterday when I drove over the top of that tree.
The top of a tree?
Yeah, when I drove out of the used car lot, this tree was lying right across the driveway.
My goodness, Dennis, didn't you see it?
It wasn't there till I started driving out.
Golly, I just hope you don't have a terrible accident someday, Dennis.
Yeah, I hope...
Oh, here come the folks. Morning, Mother, Daddy.
Hello.
Good morning, children.
Oh, good morning.
Mother, look, this is Dennis's new taxi cab, see?
So that's what it is. Well, you better keep your eye on it. Today's the day they collect cans and bottles.
Gee, I think this is a beautiful car. Don't you, Mr. Anderson?
Do I, Poopsie?
You certainly don't.
Well, you heard me, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
Come along, Herbert.
Coming, my passionata.
Gee, I don't understand your mother's attitude toward me at all, Mildred. Everybody else thinks I'm wonderful, and I know in my heart they're right.
Oh. Well, don't you worry. She'll change her tune when you start making good money with your taxi cab.
And I will, too. You'll see. I've got a whole campaign mapped out to get a big tip from every one of my fares.
Well, have you really?
Sure. First, I make him as comfortable in the cab as possible. I point out the broken spring in the seat and show him how to sit so the worst he can get is a flesh wound.
Oh, my goodness.
And then as soon as we get going, I give him the crusher, my sob story.
Your sob story?
Sure. I describe a horrible life to him, pour it on until the tears come into his eyes and he pities me from the bottom of his heart. And then if that doesn't break him down, I tell him the story of my life.
Well, I just hope you make a fortune and show my mother, that's all.
Yeah, knocking my car just because it isn't a new one.
Yeah.
I wish I'd have thought of that before. I'd have said to her, you ought to have more respect for age. What if people said mean things to you just because you have... Second thought, maybe it's just as well I didn't. Taxi here, mister. Taxi.
The station.
Oh, it's the only one in town, sir. Hop right in.
Oh, very well. I'm going to the Weaverville Hotel.
Okay. I guess I should have warned you about that, sir, when you slammed the door.
Well, fix it up and let's get going. I'm in a hurry.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll put it up front here with me. Okay, here we... Oh, you better sit a little further over toward the left-hand corner, sir.
The left-hand corner? Why?
Well, there's a loose spring in that seat, and all of a sudden... Boing! And you'll make the rest of the trip by air.
Good heavens.
Okay, here we go. There, comfortable back there? There's a blanket and a hot water bottle on the floor. Now carry a flask of brandy in case we run into a change in the weather.
How far is that hotel from here, anyhow?
Oh, about 6 blocks.
Well, pass back the brandy. I think I'm going to need it.
Here we go. I understand they licked that. Don't worry. I'll have her fixed in no time. Let's see now. What am I going to do? There. So there we are. Okay, we're off.
What was the trouble?
I don't know for sure, but every time she stalls, I just take out a part or two, and that seems to do the...
Great Scott.
Well, we'll be at the hotel within a few minutes. Gee, I guess you'll be the last fare I'll be able to accept today. I have to go over to the hospital this afternoon.
The hospital?
Yeah. To see my poor old mother. They've operated on her 11 times.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear.
Yeah. We think there may be something wrong with her.
You think you've got trouble? My father was in a hospital for 8 years.
He was? Well, you don't know what else happened to us. My brother fell down a flight of stairs and broke both arms.
I lost both my brothers. The house burned down one night with them in it.
How about my sister's child? He has 2 heads.
My sister's child hasn't any. Slipped and fell one day on the trolley car track.
Well, there's my,
Yes?
This time you go first.
Never mind. Aren't we anywhere near that hotel yet?
Oh, it's just a block or so now, and then we'll be... Oh, my goodness. She never shook like this before.
No car ever shook like this before.
I think we got a flat.
A flat tire?
No, the bottom of the car is flat against the road.
What?
But I'm sure I can fix it in a second.
Never mind. I'll walk the rest of the way.
Oh, but Mr.
I was a fool ever to get into this thing in the first place. Of all the stupid clumsy...
Hey, mister, wait! Hey, mister! Forgot his briefcase, too. Papers all over the place. I'd better see if I can't get... Hey, what's this one say? Deed to all land comprising Weaverville County assigned to Martin Joyce by the United States Land Office, April 5th, 1849. Holy smoke, have I got a new landlord? The whole town? Oh, I better look into this. Gosh, Mr. Anderson, does it really mean that this man owns the whole town?
Well, I'd hesitate to say before we see a lawyer, Dennis, but this certainly looks like an official land grant from the United States government.
Yeah?
They did do things like this right after the Mexican War.
What Mexican War?
In 1848, don't you?
1826 was probably over by then.
Well, in any event, we've got to get busy right away. Now, the mayor must be warned immediately.
Yes, sir.
I'll dash over to the bank and make sure that this grant is legal. And meanwhile, you take your car and get down to the mayor's office. Now, drive as fast as you can. Remember, the whole town is at stake.
Oh, don't worry. I'll go even faster than that. I'll walk.
And now, before we go on with his story of a day in the life of Dennis Day, here's our young hero himself to sing Pianissimo.
The melody was played pianissimo. The harmony was so very sweet. I can't remember the name of that song, but I do remember dancing in your arms. And then a voice came through pianissimo with lovely words that seemed to repeat. I love you, darling, but all I recall are the words you whisper dancing in my arms. Pianissimo means soft and low, and soft and low were your sighs. Darling, now I know that tender glow was love shining in your eyes. We stole away, pianissimo, and kissed goodnight while stars danced above. I can't remember the name of that song, but I do recall it helped us fall in love. It helped us fall in
Well, our young hero, Dennis Day, found an old government indicates all too clearly that the town of Weaverville belongs not to its citizens, but to the heirs of a man named Martin Joyce. While Mr. Anderson is elsewhere checking the legality of the deed, Dennis has rushed into the mayor's office to inform him of the dire news.
Mister, I gotta see the mayor right away. It's terribly important.
I'm sorry, young man, but the mayor's leaving on a business trip in exactly an hour, and he can't see anyone.
But I gotta see him, I tell you. The owner of Weaverville is gonna take it over.
The owner of Weaverville?
Sure. His family got the place after the Mexican War. I found out about it when I happened to look in the back of the taxi I was driving.
You were driving in this condition?
Mister, I'm not drunk.
I know. I was just being charitable.
Look, the owner of this town is taking the whole thing over under a grant to his family. Please, you gotta believe me. I've dashed all the way through town to warn everyone. You want my name?
I know it. It's Paul Revere, isn't it?
No, it's Dennis Day. And I tell you, there's a paper that says this man owns the whole town unless we do something.
Oh? Very well. Let's see this paper.
I left it at the Andersons.
I thought so.
There is one.
You haven't got it.
Don't you understand?
You haven't got it.
Look, that... Oh.
Well?
I haven't got it.
I thought not. And therefore, I repeat what I said a moment ago. The mayor is seeing no one today.
But you gotta...
No one.
Pardon me. I'd like to see the mayor, please.
Oh, yes, of course. Go right in.
Thank you.
Gee, I could have sworn that was someone.
It was. That gentleman, and let you see the mayor gets $2 for performing marriages.
Oh?
Do you know Mayor Oldsberg?
Yes.
Then you know he'll see them. Never too busy for a marriage or a funeral, our mayor.
Gosh, you mean that... Oh, boy, excuse me. I just had a sudden thought.
I do hope he treats it well. Poor little head.
Mildred, where are you? She's out, Dennis. She went downtown with Herbert.
Oh, my gosh. Look, Mrs. Anderson, I've done lots of little things for you, haven't I? Remember the time you asked me to paint the roof and I did?
Yes. You fell off the ladder and almost broke your neck.
Well, I can't do that. But now there's a little favor you can do for me.
What?
Will you marry me?
Marry you?
Yeah, you see.
Dennis, are you aware that I have a husband? Which makes an already revolting idea absolutely vile.
I don't mean really getting married, Mrs. Anderson. Gee, I know marrying you sounds silly, like a scavenger hunt or something, but...
Dennis!
Oh, gosh, I'm saying it all wrong. But what I mean is, no one can get in to see the mayor unless they're getting married. So I thought we could go down there and pretend we were.
Well, it's about this deed to the town, isn't it? Herbert told me.
Yes, ma'am. We've got to save Weaverville, and I can't get past the mayor's secretary.
He won't see anyone unless they're getting married.
Well, I did hear of one other way, but I just don't feel up to it.
Well, Judy, to save Weaverville. How about the blood test and everything?
Oh, they'll know at a glance that you have plenty. Come on, let's grab the deed and get right down there.
The deed? But Herbert's got it. He took it to the bank.
Oh, my gosh. The mayor won't believe us without it any more than his secretary did.
Well, Herbert should be back very soon.
But the mayor might leave town any minute. We'll have to leave a note telling Mr. Anderson to rush right down to the mayor's office with the deed. Meanwhile, you and I'll stall the mayor off and keep delaying the ceremony until Mr. Anderson arrives.
My goodness, do you think we can?
We'd better. If we don't, we're liable to get pronounced man and wife.
Good heavens. I think I'm going to be sick.
Oh, don't worry. It couldn't stand up in court. It isn't legal for a woman to be re-poopsied. Now, remember, Mrs. Anderson, we got to put this over. Act kind of coy and fuss like a bride. Try to seem beaten and dejected like a bridegroom. Come on. Hello? We want to see the mayor and be married right away.
Very well. What? You again?
Yeah, this girl and I want to get married.
What girl? Oh, you mean this is the bride right here?
Yeah, there was nobody else home.
I don't understand that, and I congratulate myself for it. Are you quite sure you're serious about this marriage?
Oh, sure. I'll say we are. Aren't we, honey? We're madly in love with each other. We've been engaged for quite some time. And now we want to get married.
You know, I have a feeling you belong together. And now may I have your names, please?
Dennis Day and Clara Anderson. I'm Dennis Day.
I never would have guessed. Now then, your birthplace, please, Miss Anderson.
Chicago.
Your age?
39.
You too? What's the matter with Illinois? Don't they count the first 20 years?
Just put down 39 years.
Very well. Your age and birthplace, Mr. Day?
22 and a Chevrolet.
Chevrolet?
Yeah, Daddy picked a horrible time to run out of gas.
I see. And now one last question, which I simply dread asking. Has there ever been any insanity in either of your families?
No.
Thank you. There are times down here at the License Bureau when we just hold our breath. Now I'll tell the mayor you're here. Your Honor, there's a couple out here who want to get married.
Well, send them in and hurry. I haven't much time.
Go right in, folks. I'll follow and be the witness.
Dennis, what shall we do? There's still no sign of Herbert with that paper.
Well, just keep stalling. Anything we can think of. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Oh, well, good day, my friend. I'm in a bit of a hurry, but I guess you won't mind that, eh? Now, then, if you two will stand right here. Oh, that's fine. We'll begin the ceremony. Dear friends, we are gathered...
Oh, wait a minute. I just happened to think. I forgot the ring.
Oh, that's all right, my boy. I have a whole drawer full right here for just such cases.
Oi.
Here you are. Now then, dear friends...
Oh, wait. I can't get married yet. I have no bouquet. A bride has to have a bouquet.
Yeah.
She certainly does, my dear. And here's a whole vase full of flowers. Just help yourself.
Oi.
Now then... Dear friends...
Stop the ceremony.
Now what's wrong?
I don't feel I'm ready yet. Let's have a man-to-man talk.
What? Why, this is getting ridiculous. I told you I was in a hurry. Do you want to get married or don't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, all right. Then repeat after me. I, Dennis, take Clara.
I beg your pardon?
I said I, Dennis, take Clara.
If you take her, what do I get?
I don't take her. You take her.
Okay, I'll take her.
Wait till I ask you.
Well, you're the one that's in such a hurry.
Please. Will you, Dennis, have this woman?
He tells me I'm delaying things.
To be your lawfully wedded wife. To live together.
Some nerve.
In a state of wedded nerve. Will you, Dennis, have this state to... will you state have this woman, Dennis?
I'll tell you what. You stand here and I'll read it.
You do nothing of the kind. Oh, I've had enough of this. Now get out of here, the two of you.
But, Your Honor...
Get out. I'm not here to...
Good afternoon, everybody.
Gee, just like the United States Marines.
I'm glad I'm in time. Your Honor, I want you to look at this paper this young man found in his taxi.
I don't want to look at anything at this. Why, great Scott. Why, this is the Joyce deed. We've been looking high and low for this. Now we can send someone to Washington to get it set aside.
Gosh, you knew about it?
Why, of course we knew about it. My boy, you've saved this town. You're the heat. Why, how can we ever repay you?
Well, you might try money.
Try money? Oh, we'll do better than that. We'll send you to Washington to fight this thing. Would you like to go?
Oh, you bet. I've got a cousin up there in Seattle.
Oh. This is Washington, D.C.
Oh, that place.
Now, listen. This has got to be kept very secret.
Uh-huh.
Joyce wants that paper back. And if he sees you getting on a train, he'll know... Wait a minute, I've got it.
Huh?
We'll send someone with you, and the two of you can pretend to be a honeymoon couple.
But gosh, who can we get?
Don't look at me. I've gone as far as I'm going.
We can't let anyone else in on the secret.
Well, how about Mildred? She knows already.
Absolutely not.
But gosh, there isn't anyone else who knows except...
Hello, honey bunch.
Hello, love bundle. Ladies and gentlemen, next week my entire cast and I will be broadcasting directly from Constitution Hall in Washington, D.C., where we've been asked to officially open the American Cancer Society's 1948 drive. I'll be back in just a minute to sing Schubert's Ave Maria, but first...
Grand news, wonderful news. Now Luster Cream Shampoo comes in tubes as well as jars. Yes, Luster Cream, the utterly new cream shampoo that gives you soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, whichever you prefer, 49 and 25 cents. But whether you prefer the tube or the jar, you will prefer Luster Cream Shampoo. Be a dream girl. A lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. Hair that gleams and glistens from a Luster Cream shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
As the Lenten season draws to a close, here's Dennis with Charles Dant and the orchestra to sing Schubert's Ave Maria, sung as only Dennis Day can sing it. Next week, tune into another Dennis Day Show, broadcast from Constitution Hall in Washington, D.C., brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, the sportsman Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
All over the country, business firms preparatory to filing their tax statements are making their estimates of earnings for the fiscal year. In New York, insurance executive William Lenahan checks his statement.
Income, $157,000. Expenditures, $122,000. Net, $35,000. Everything checks. I'm heading for Florida.
And in Los Angeles, Oliver B. Schwab, prominent attorney, checks his statement.
Income, $400,000. Expenditures, $300,000. Net, $100,000. Everything checks. I'm heading for Palm Springs.
And in Mel Blanc's little town, Mel Blanc, fix-it shop proprietor, checks his statement.
Income? Liabilities? Profit for the year? Everything checks. I'm heading for bankruptcy.
And as soon as Mel's bank checked his statement, they agreed with him. So today, on his birthday, Mel Blanc received this letter.
And in order to satisfy your creditors, we shall be forced to sell your fix-it shop at public auction. Signed, Roger P. Grimes, President. Gosh, auctioning off my fix-it shop today. I bet they wouldn't do it if they knew it was my birthday. Let's see what else it says in the letter. P.S. Happy birthday. Today it's my birthday. Tomorrow it's Lincoln's. Now I know what they meant when they wrote that song, What a Difference a Day Makes. Oh, here comes Betty. She'll have a kind word for me.
Hello, Mel. I heard the news about the auction.
Yeah, isn't it terrible?
Oh, darling, don't worry. Plan. After all, at the auction, you might be able to buy back some of your stuff.
With what, $1.80? The fixtures alone are worth $1. Nerve of that bank foreclosing.
Well, it's your own fault for letting the place run down. Look at the way everything's scattered around.
I know exactly where everything is.
Oh, yes. Suppose I said to you, where's the can of red paint? What would you say?
You're sitting on it.
What?
Oh, don't worry, the lid's on. Gosh, to think that my fix-it shop is being auctioned off on this day of all days.
Well, what's today?
Betty, you mean to say you don't know what day this is?
Why?
Well, what does this remind you of? La 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 to you. La 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 to you. La 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 Mel Blanc. La 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 to you.
I know.
What?
It's a rainy night in Rio.
No, they grow an awful lot of coffee in Brazil. Fine thing.
Oh, hello, Benny. Hello, Mel.
Hello.
I understand they're auctioning off your fix-it shop today, Mel. Well, you may be out in the street. Down and out, but nothing to eat.
Please. Mr. Colby, don't be so unhappy.
Oh, Mel. What if you are a flop? So you don't make money. What's the difference? You can't take it with you.
Yeah, but I'd sure like to see some of it before I go.
Well, it takes time to be successful, Mel. Why, when I first opened my supermarket years ago, I lived on practically nothing. I bought a suit for $6. What do you think of that?
It still looks good on you. I mean...
Mel Blanc, I have no sympathy for you. I've worked hard and made a name for myself. Why, do you know what people call me?
Please, Mr. Colby, not in front of Betty.
Why, you... I've had enough. Come on, lady. Goodbye, Mel. Goodbye, Mel.
How do you like that? My own girl walks out on me. Her father calls me a moron. They take away my fix-it shop. And all this on my birthday. They can't do this to me. I'm a citizen. I owe taxes. Boy, they'd be sorry if I were dead. They'd say, gosh, we all forgot Mel on his birthday. We were mean to him. We didn't love him. I know what I'll do. I'll hang myself on the tree on Colby's lawn. No, I better not do that. Mr. Colby doesn't like me hanging around his house. If I were dead, oh, how sorry they'd be. Say, I got a great idea. I know what to do. Where's my assistant, Zuki? Zuki! Zuki! Okay, Zuki, start yelling now.
It's Mel Blanc. He jumped in the river.
Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc?
Mel Blanc?
Yeah.
Who's he?
Well, he's the nicest. He's the sweetest. He's the most wonderful. He's a jerk.
Why did he do it?
Well, his girl walked out on him. You see, her father hated it. They foreclosed his business, and nobody remembered his birthday. No reason at all.
How do you know all this?
Well, he told me he was going to jump off a 10-story building.
Oh, that's impossible. The tallest building in this town is only 5 stories.
Yeah, I know. He was going to jump off twice. Gee, ain't it awful? Look, there's Mel's hat floating on the water.
What a tragedy. Probably my size, too.
Well, I'm going home now. Hang the flag out the window.
You're going to do that for Mel?
No, tomorrow's Lincoln's birthday.
Oh, say, that's right. I got to do it, too.
Come on.
Oh, okay, Mel. They're all gone now.
How do you like that? No sympathy at all. All they think about is Lincoln. Forgot all about me. I'll show this town. By the time I'm through, I'll be such a big man, Lincoln will be hanging a flag out for me. Okay, town, just wait and see.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle? A breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth, giving them that pearly, polished feeling. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice, and does it beautifully. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, folks,
It looks like this is the end.
Don't tune out, folks. This is only the beginning.
Nobody remembered Mel on his birthday. And the bank is auctioning off his fix-it shop today. So Mel jumped into the river.
Is he kidding? I can't stand cold water.
So for Colgate tooth powder, I want to say goodbye.
Hello? Well, so far, my plan's working. Everybody thinks I jumped into the river. I'll turn on the radio and see if they're saying anything about it.
There's good news tonight.
Wrong station. I'll try another one.
Friends, a terrible tragedy has overtaken us.
Oh, that's more like it.
A great tragedy. The entire nation is prostrate. And as we all sit and worry, we wonder, will Dick Tracy get away from influence?
Oh, a fine thing. I'll take these different disguises and go out and talk with my friends. I'll see how sorry they are. Oh, there's Mr. Colby. He's probably getting here early for the auction.
Pardon me, friend. May I trouble you for a match?
What, man? Who do you think I am? Santa Claus? I'm looking for Mel Blanc.
Well, if you're looking for that idiot, he's not around. He drowned himself this afternoon.
Oh, too bad. His uncle died, and I came to bring him the legacy. 18 million pounds, 14 guineas, 12 shillings, 4 crowns, 6 pence, high penny, halfpenny, penny, hip penny, and a whole penny. But if he's dead, I'll have to give it to his dearest friend. Does he have such in this town?
Oh, well, I'm his dearest friend.
But you called him an idiot.
Idiot. Well, that's an American word for friend.
Well, I'll have to go and think it over. So long, jackass.
Jackass?
Aye, that's a Scotch word for friend.
So that's the way Colby feels, huh? For $18 million, he's my friend. Who needs him? For $18 million, I can be my own friend. I wonder how the rest of the town feels. Uh-oh, here comes my girl Betty. I'll put on this beret and test her.
Pardon me, ma chérie. I'm looking for the Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc? Oh, he just jumped in the river over there.
Oh, too bad. The girls of France, they will feel terrible to hear that. There was not a girl in France who would not give her right arm for a kiss from Mel Blanc. In fact, in the town of Marseille, all the girls are called Lefty.
Well, who are you?
I am Mel Blanc's cousin, Rue de la Blanc. I just left his aunt, Eiffel, a very tall woman. I have come from France with 10 million francs given to him by the girls of Paris for his great work.
Oh, what work?
I do not know what his work was, but all the girls say he was a great worker. But if Mel Blanc is not here, I was told to give the money to his girlfriend.
Oh, well, I'm his girlfriend.
You? Whose birthday is it today?
Well, it's tomorrow, and it's Lincoln's birthday. Now, may I have the money?
The money you want? Go ask Lincoln. Au revoir.
Well, so that's the way my girl feels. I'm getting to wish I was in the river under that hat. Oh, here comes Mr. Cushing, my lodge president. Maybe he's got a kind word.
Hello, friend. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Well, greetings, friend. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Hey, I never saw you before. How come you know the password?
Well, I'm a member of the Jennings Junction Local Order of Benevolent Zebras. I came down to represent the lodge for Mel Blanc. Oh, terrible thing. Finding his hat in the river.
Oh, you don't know what a blow it was to me.
Really?
Yeah, at first I thought that hat belonged to my wife.
Oh, aren't you sorry about Brother Blanc?
Oh, yes, I am. Yes, I am. He was a good friend of mine. May his Ugga rest in boom.
Must have been a terrible decision for him to make, jumping into the river.
Well, I don't know. Every morning when I have breakfast, I read a newspaper over the coffee. Sometimes the newspaper drops, and I look at my wife. My, that river looks good.
Is your wife that bad looking?
Well, I'll tell you, friends. Every morning my wife eats cereal. Now, you know how cereals are. They jump, they crack, they pop, they snap. When my wife looks at them, they just lay there and grow. Of course, she's always trying to reduce, so she eats a lot of carrots. Carrots.
Is she losing weight?
No, but this morning when I come down to breakfast, she said, what's up, Doc? As long as she reads and I read, I'm satisfied.
She reads at breakfast, too?
Oh, yes, she does. She studies the horoscope all the time. A lot of good it does her. You see, she's born under the sign of Taurus the Bull, but she still looks like Elsie the Cow. Well, how's it going, Brother Zebra?
Oh, wait a second. Where are you going?
Well, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see The Razor's Edge, or I can go home and cut my throat. So long, ugga-boo-boo.
Ugga.
Well, didn't say a word about me disappearing. Never even missed me. Nobody misses me. It's like they never even knew I was around. I might just as well be Vice President of the United States. Well, now to get back to the fix-it shop and watch that vulture, Banker Grimes, auction off my shop.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to auction off Mel Blanc's fix-it shop, and even though his sudden departure saddens us, let us not have it interfere with our bids, shall we?
How do you like that? What a hypocrite.
Mel Blanc was near and dear to all of us. Why, there isn't a house in this town that doesn't have a memento to remind them of Mel Blanc. A broken clock, a washing machine that doesn't work, a lamp that just stands there darkening up some bright corner. And yet I know that if that noble figure were alive today, first thing that he would say is, deposit your money in the First National Bank.
What a lot of baloney. If he'd only give somebody else a chance to speak.
Well, before we start the auction, is there someone here who would like to say a few kind words in behalf of Mel Blanc? Any words. They don't even have to be kind.
Looks like I'll have to do it myself. I know. I'll act like I'm tipsy.
Yeah. Hey, just a second, buddy. I'm a friend of Blanc's, and today happens to be his birthday. But everybody remembers Lincoln. Why? I don't know. Lincoln split rails. Well, my pal Mel Blanc split rails for 3 years. Got a house full of rails. And nobody remembers him. And Benjamin Franklin invented the kite. Who helped him? Blanc. Robert Fulton invented the steam engine. Stole it from Blanc. The Wright brothers invented the aeroplane. Who gave them the idea? A bird. That's so. But where did the bird get it from? Mel Blanc. And why wasn't Mel Blanc in on the atomic bomb? I'll tell you why. He was sick. I could go on forever. And I think I will.
Yes. Now, if you don't mind, my friend, we've got to get on with the auction. Now, the entire store goes lock, stock, and barrel, including all Mel Blanc's personal effects, belongings, and clothes. Now, what am I bid?
1 cent.
1 cent?
Why, for 2 cents?
I can bid 2 cents. Who'll make it 3?
Pennies? Why, the least I could do is start the bidding in dollars.
$1 is bid. Going. Do I hear more? Gone. Sold to this gentleman for $1. And what is your name, sir?
I'll tell you my name. It's Mel Blanc. So you're not even amazed, huh? Well, I found out what you all thought of me. You don't care whether I'm alive or dead. You're only interested in yourselves. You, Banker Grimes, hanging up that sign that says, "Here's your fix-it shop, Mel Blanc." And you, Mr. Colby, putting that plate of cold cuts and potato salad on the table. What do you think this is, a party? And you, Betty, carrying that birthday cake that says, "Happy birthday, Mel Blanc." Why, you don't even know it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Mel... Happy birthday, Mel Blanc!
Surprise! Surprise!
What? Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, Bear, you big sweet. I don't know what to call you, darling. What a day you gave us today.
You mean this surprise, this party is for me? You knew all the time I wasn't in the river?
Hoot mon, yes. Oh, what a Scotchman you are.
And all the girls, they called themselves lefties.
And I didn't fool you either. Gosh, I got a lump in my throat.
Now remember, Mel, people think about you even though they don't show it.
That's the motto of the First National Bank.
Well, how do you feel, Mel?
Gosh, Betty, I'm speechless. There's only one thing I can say.
What's that?
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening and reminding you all that this is Boy Scout Week. Tonight we want to join in saluting the 1,980,000 scouts in America and their brother scouts in 51 nations of the world. Good night, Andy.
That's all, no?
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guest, a friend of nature boys named Jack Benny. Fulton Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your friendly Ford dealer. If you haven't yet seen the car of the year, the one and only new car in its field, by all means, ask your Ford dealer to show you the 49 Ford tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry that I haven't been here the last few weeks to introduce our star, but tonight I'm back. And here I am again, Portland Hopper.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Portland, where have you been the last 6 weeks?
Well, I had to stay home with Mama.
Oh, really? Why?
Mama lost a fortune.
How?
Every Sunday, Mama sat home and they didn't call her.
Who didn't call her?
Stop the music.
Oh, how, You can do better. You're just feeling them out. How come you're out tonight?
Well, Mama got a sitter.
Oh, a babysitter?
No, they have sitters for Stop the Music.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm. If you want to go out, the sitter answers the phone and sits with the $18,000 until you get home.
They're the Lever brothers again. Thank you, boy. Say, if you, that's some profession, a quiz sitter.
Oh, everybody's listening to Stop the Music.
Oh, I know that. According to the latest Hooper survey, the only one who listens to our program is Edgar Bergen. And even he's gone away, so tonight we're just...
Radio programs today are giving everything away.
I know. Radio is the Marshall Plan with music. The slogan of the quiz program is, if you can't entertain people, give them something. Just don't waste their time. Have them hanging around if nothing happens.
You should change the name of this program to Stop the Comedy and give away new Fords.
I should change it to Start the Comedy. See, that's not a bad idea. Well, Portland, this is our last program for the summer.
Is this the last time you'll mention Jack Eigen?
Yes, it looks that way. If there's anything... There's Mr. Eigen. Thank you, Mr. Eigen. In case we call on him for a personal appearance later, you know. If there's anything you'd like to say, since this is our last program, you know, before we finish.
Well, I have some things that you cut out during the winter.
Oh, really? What things?
I had a song.
What was the title of the song?
When they find out about phenobarbital in Tennessee, it'll be sleepy time down south.
I can't imagine why I cut that out.
And I had some jokes.
Really? What jokes?
One was about the man who ate nothing but radishes for 20 years.
Ate radishes for 20 years?
In his old age, he went down to Long Island and lived on the Sounds.
Tell me, what are you laughing at?
Well, to me, that's very funny.
Really? Well, if you ever came up before a juvenile jury for telling that joke, you would get 30 days in the playpen. Say, it's getting late, Portland. I think I'd better start for Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, this is our last program. I'm just going down to the alley and say goodbye to our friends and to ask them where they plan to spend their vacations this summer.
Shall we go?
As the chorus girl said when the bee lit on her shin, I think I'll shake a leg. What a night in Allen's Alley, Portland. The front of Senator Claghorn's fence is gone. He must have given somebody the gate. Oh, well, let's see if the senator's in.
Somebody whacked my watches. Oh, it's you, son.
Yes, Senator.
Well, let's go, son. I'm busier than an Arthur Murray hostess trying to teach a pupil with St. Vitus's dance.
You're busy?
Yeah, I've been over to Philadelphia attending that Republican convention.
Oh.
I ain't seen so much hot air since the night I opened the wrong door in that Turkish bath.
What about the Republican candidate, Senator?
Dewey ain't never going to get little old Harry out of the White House.
Who says so?
Petrillo says so.
Petrillo?
Nobody can take no piano player off of no job unless Petrillo says so.
I imagine you saw some amusing sidelights at the convention, Senator.
Yeah, I enjoyed one incident.
What was it, Senator?
Well, one day my hat blew into a saloon. I stepped in to get it. A man was sitting at the bar asleep.
Yeah?
As I picked up my hat, the man woke up. He looked up at the television. Herbert Hoover was making a speech.
Yeah?
A man blinked his eyes and said, "If Hoover is president, what am I doing with $3 in my pocket?"
Well, this is our last visit together. What are you going to do this summer?
I'm going to the beach, son.
I see.
I'm going to put on my bathing suit.
Yes?
I'm going to sprawl out on that hot sand.
Yeah?
And then I'm going to do what all our senators do all the rest of the year in the Senate.
What?
Just keep lying. So long, son. So long,
Well, when the senator gets sprawled out, there'll be something new under the sun. Oh, well, let's wake up Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, are you going away for a vacation?
Oh, I can't. I'm renting my barn for summer theater.
Oh.
Last summer I cleaned up. Made $180.
$180? What happened?
Well, sir, one day I was out in the yard.
Yeah?
I was buttering the trees so caterpillars couldn't crawl up them.
Yeah?
And a fella comes up.
Yeah?
He's carrying a bamboo cane, and in his tie he's got a diamond.
A diamond, eh?
Yeah, it's as big as a Luton cough drop, and it's about the same yellow color.
Yeah?
I smelt donuts on this fella's breath, so I knowed he was an actor.
Yeah?
He says, Rube, I'm here to rent your barn for Orson Buskin and his touring Shakespearean players.
Uh-huh.
It's a deal, I says.
Oh, he was the advance man.
He didn't say.
Oh, he didn't say that.
The next day, Orson Buskin, his leading lady, Anna Cesario, and the Shakespearean players arrived in town. They swung off a freight train.
The actors, eh?
Yeah, they looked like a mob that had just broke a hunger strike.
I see.
Well, sir, that night the show opened. It's Hamlet.
Hamlet.
All the Shakespearean actors is wearing long black underwear.
Tights?
Loose on most of them. The leading ladies was baggy.
Oh.
In the back.
Oh.
Orson Buskin is strutting around the stage, holding a skull and saying, "Alas, poor Boric, I knew him well."
Well, how was the show?
Rotten. The audience throwed 200 eggs at the actors.
Well, if the show was so bad the audience threw eggs, how did you make $180?
I was in the lobby selling the eggs at 90 cents a dozen. So long.
With 200 eggs, Mr. Moody could lay on with McDuff. Oh, well, let's try this next door.
Howdy, Chappie.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. Oh, you're wearing a corsage. What are those flowers?
Lilies of the alley.
I see.
In the center there's a nasty urchin.
Oh, the nasty urchin looks pretty.
My little niece is graduating Mrs. Bucksbaum's finishing academy.
Oh, and you're dressed up? You went to the graduation?
My niece is valedictorian.
Oh, swell.
She's reciting a poem.
What was her class poem?
She's calling it Ever Onwards.
Ever Onwards. How does it go?
Fare thee well, Mrs. Bucksbaum's finishing academy. You learned us all that we are knowing.
Yeah.
Never backwards, sideways, up or downwards, but ever onwards we are going.
Say that. Very good. Well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, where are you going on your vacation this year?
No place.
No?
Last year we are stopping by Kramer's Castle in the Catskills.
And you're not going back?
Pierre is gaining 90 pounds.
90 pounds? How come?
By Kramer's, when it is time to eating, they are blowing a bugle.
A bugle, huh?
The first day the bugle is blowing, we are eating breakfast.
Uh-huh.
Barely we are sitting on the veranda.
Yeah?
Again is blowing the bugle.
Yeah?
They're going back, also eating again breakfast.
Uh-huh.
They're coming out, again is blowing the bugle.
You ate again?
All day long is blowing the bugle.
And you and Pierre?
3 breakfasts, 2 lunches with 4 dinners we are eating.
And this kept up?
Every day. So soon we are finished eating, Toots is blowing the bugle. Again we are having to eating.
Well, isn't that unusual? Kramer's Castle serving so many meals a day?
Ultimately, they are discovering.
Discovering what?
Who is blowing the bugle is not Kramer.
Well, who? Who then?
In back of Kramer's Castle in the Catskills.
Yes?
Is living a Boy Scout, think you?
Now, for the last time, let's call on Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, you, Mr. Cassidy, you have a black eye.
I have that. I look as though my eyeball is passing through a total eclipse.
Tell me, who gave you the peeper?
Sure, nobody gave it to me. I had to fight half an hour to get it.
What happened?
Well, yesterday, you see, I was invited to a wedding.
Yeah?
Knocko Nolan's homely daughter married Mullet Muldoon's half-witted nephew.
Oh, this was some affair.
At the wedding breakfast, I was suddenly taken thirsty.
Yeah?
So says I to Knocko, I'll take a little punch.
Uh-huh.
With that, Knocko rolls up his sleeve and gives it to me.
Well, Mr. Cassidy, are you and your eye going away for your summer vacation?
Now, why should I go away? What have they got anyplace else that we haven't got here in New York?
Well, they have water.
Sure, we got sewers backing up on every street in the city.
Well, they have scenery.
Me front window overlooks a brewery. You can't find scenery any finer than that.
Well, that's true.
When the sun slowly sinks behind the big pile of steaming malt in the brewery yard, 'tis a picture Fitzpatrick will never show you in a travelogue.
But how can you escape the intense heat here in New York?
Well, now, I do what Rinty Monahan does.
What?
But when the heat gets so bad, Rinty can't stand it.
Yes?
Rinty starts insulting Grogan the cop.
Insulting him how?
Well, Rinty yells at Grogan, your grandfather is gargantua.
Yes?
Then he yells, your aunt sleeps with her eyes open.
Yeah?
And for the clincher, he yells, your mother wears army shoes. Well, with this, Grogan the cop gets mad.
Naturally. But how does Rinty escape the heat?
Grogan calls the wagon.
Yes?
And rushes Rinty off to the municipal deep freeze.
The municipal deep freeze?
The cooler. The Viking.
Now for their farewell joint appearance, the five DeMarco sisters and Maestro Al Goodman blend their talents to bring us Fellow with an Umbrella.
Blue to turn into skies of gray. Raindrops will bring us together, and that's what I long to see. Maybe a break in the weather will prove to be a break for me. I saw the fella with the umbrella. I could be the girl who saved her love for a rainy day. Fella with the umbrella, I said I could be the girl who saved her love for a rainy day. A rainy day.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Say, Fred.
Yes, Kenny?
There's a policeman outside to see you.
A policeman to see me? Well, why should a policeman...
Here he comes, Fred.
You Fred Allen?
Well, yes, officer.
You work for the Ford dealers, don't you?
Yes, officer.
Allen, you got to stop talking about the new Ford car. You're violating the law.
It's against the law to talk about the new Ford?
You're causing crowds to congregate.
Crowds? What crowds?
All day there's crowds in front of that Ford dealer's window on Broadway.
Oh, don't worry about crowds blocking traffic in front of a Ford dealer's showroom, officer. It's happening all over the country.
Well, never mind all over the country. You got to get rid of them crowds on Broadway.
Yeah, but, officer, that dealer is displaying the new 49 Ford. There never was a car like this before. It's new and revolutionary in its field. The new Ford is a big, roomy car, safer and more economical to operate. And it hits a new high in smooth, comfortable ride.
Don't give me no commercials.
Yeah, but, officer, the new Ford... What? The new Ford is the talk of the automobile trade. It has the look of the year. In fact, it's the car of the year. You can't blame everyone for wanting to see it.
I'm not blaming nobody. Just get rid of them crowds.
Why, officer?
I want to have a look at that new Ford myself.
Say, Portland.
Yes?
We've got to get busy. This is our last program of the season at NBC, you know.
I know. And as soon as we finish, I'll sweep out the studio.
Yes, and give the broom back to the vice president in charge of brooms on the next floor. And you know what else you have to do?
Yes? I have to wipe off the acoustics.
Yes, have the acoustics good and dry when we leave.
Pick up any racing forms the musicians leave behind.
And any parlays, turn them right over to me.
And when the program is over, if anybody in the audience is sleeping,
yes,
I'm to wake them up and tell them to go home until October.
Right. Well, I guess that's everything, Portland. I'll say goodbye to you now. Have a nice vacation. I'll see you in the fall.
Oh, are you going now?
Yes, I have to. Jack Benny's sailing for England. I promised to see Jack off. I bought him this travel book. Look, Fielding's new travel guide to Europe. Say, it's late, Portland. I better start for Jack's hotel. So long, Portland. Ah, this must be the Benny suite. There's a due bill sticking out under the door. wonder if old Cassett Pockets is in.
Oh, hello, friend.
Jack Benny. Well, Jack.
Come on in, Fred. I'm packing.
Oh, packing. Go right ahead.
Sit down. Like something to drink?
No, thanks.
Coke, 7-Up, Crown Cola?
No.
I'm closing them out. They're only 4 cents a bottle.
4 cents?
With 2 straws.
2 straws?
Yeah, if you buy a bottle, I'll join you, and I hope you do. I'm thirsty.
No, Jack. I just came over to say goodbye. Well, I thought you'd be all packed.
No, and I've been riding around in the subway all day.
Why?
It was my last chance.
Last chance in the subway?
Next Thursday, the fare goes up to 10 cents. I'm riding while the price is right, brother.
But, Jack.
10 cents for a subway ride.
Well, I didn't do it.
If Ralph Edwards hadn't made me the walking man, this would have done it. I better finish packing,
Well, look, as you're packing, you can't pack this bathing suit, Jack. Look, it's still wet.
I know.
And what about this little package here?
Well, that's a carton of Lucky Strikes. I bought them in New Jersey,
Oh? Well, why go all the way to Jersey to buy a carton of cigarettes?
Oh, it's a nice trip. And besides, I saved 24 cents tax there.
Well, how could you save 24 cents? It cost 20 cents to get to Jersey and back on the ferry.
Well, I didn't go on the ferry.
Well, how did you get across the Hudson River?
Give me that bathing suit. I'll ring it out.
Jack, be careful. One sleeve and the skirt are still dripping.
Well, that's the trouble with these Annette Kellerman models. I told Annette the day she gave it to me. Annette, I said, if you can keep it from dripping, you can make a fortune.
Hey, I just remembered, Jack, I brought you this book. Here, Fielding's New Travel Guide to Europe.
Thanks, Fred, but I've got my trip all planned.
Oh, where are you going to stay in England?
Well, Ronnie and Benita Coleman recommended a place they said I'd like.
Yeah?
His Majesty's Trailer Camp.
Oh,
It's run by Sir Herbie Harrison.
Sir Herbie?
He's the Howard Johnson of England.
Well, you're all set. Where else are you going?
Well, I may fly over to France for a week or two of, parlez-vouing.
Yeah? Have you got a place to stay in France?
Yeah, you see, Charles Boyer gave me an address.
Oh, a French trailer camp?
No, it's Hildegard's aunt.
Oh.
She rents rooms in the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, Hildegard. In the Eiffel Tower. How are you going to get around? Do you speak French?
Oh, I'm learning, Fred. We? That means us in French.
No kidding.
Yeah, listen to this, Fred. Qui a caché les renseignements sur ma petite?
Oh, boy, do you rattle it off. That's all French. Now, what does that mean in English?
Who is hiding the nightingale under my strudel?
Well, won't that be a difficult sentence to work into a conversation?
No. You see, I'm carrying a nightingale with me.
Oh.
Strudel I can get any place.
Well, look, Jack, it's time to go.
With my luck, that's the bellboy. Come in.
Are you ready to check out, Mr. Benny?
Yes, boy, you can take my bag.
Well, how about the tip, Mr. Benny?
The tip? You haven't carried my bags down yet.
I mean for carrying them up 4 days ago.
Oh, yeah. I'll settle the whole thing in the lobby. May have to break an annuity. Then she'll be surprised.
Well, come on, Jack.
Boy, don't squeeze that paper bag. It's my nightingale.
Come on. Well, the lobby's empty, Jack. Let's go over to the desk. You can check out.
Okay, say, clerk.
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. Here's your bill.
Thank you, clerk. I'll just check these items over here.
Oh, come on, Jack. It's getting late.
I'll just be a minute, Fred. Let's see. I got my magnifying glass here. Let's see. Clerk, what is my total bill?
$43.80.
Mr. Benny has fainted.
Yeah, he fainted the last time he was here.
He's got to make that boat, clerk. Bellboy, carry these bags and Mr. Benny out to the cab.
Boy, put Mr. Benny down until his bill is paid.
But, clerk, Mr. Benny's unconscious.
Then go through Mr. Benny's pockets and get the money.
Well, all right. Oh, shoot.
What's wrong?
His pockets are locked.
Boy, put Mr. Benny in the safe until he comes to.
But he'll miss the boat, clerk. I'll pay the bill.
It's $43.80.
Well, here you are.
Thanks.
Boy, you carry Mr. Benny's bags. I'll carry Mr. Benny and his nightingale. Well, Jack, here's your boat.
Yes, sir. The Queen Beulah.
I've heard of the Queen Mary and the Queen Elizabeth.
Well, this is a sister ship.
The Queen Beulah?
She's really a stepsister.
Oh, a step. Say, this man coming with the wet anchor, he must be the captain.
Ahoy, mates. Welcome to the Queen Beulah. Shiver me timbers, I'm glad to have you aboard.
Well, I'm not sailing, Captain. I'm seeing Mr. Benny off.
Very well, I'll check your passport, Mr. Benny.
Here you are. Something wrong?
Well, this picture.
Well, Captain, you know, passport pictures.
But this is a shrunken-up old bloke with no hair and no teeth.
But,
I can't accept this passport, Mr. Benny. This picture ain't you.
But, Captain...
Jack, you want to get to England, don't you?
Yes.
You better take off your toupee.
All right. There you are, Captain.
Well, that takes care of the scalp.
Jackie.
Yes?
You better take out your teeth.
Okay. How's that, Captain?
Well, now you resemble the picture, Mr. Benny. You're a shrunken-up old bloke.
All the embarrassing things. I bet Lana Turner didn't go through all of this.
Jack, quit complaining. It's your own fault. Where was the picture taken?
Warner Brothers. They do it to me every time.
All right now, Mr. Benny, if you'll give me your ticket, I'll show you to your cabin.
My ticket?
Yes. Maybe you put it in your stocking with your money.
No, I'm wearing liquid stockings.
Oh, it can't be.
Well, don't bother looking, sir. I'll just check the list. Now, you're traveling first class, Mr. Benny.
First class?
Yes.
Well, not exactly, is it?
Oh, if you're going second class, that's 3 flights down.
Okay, Fred, take my luggage.
Right, Jack. I've got everything. It's down these stairs. Say, Jack, this package under my left arm, it seems to be getting bigger.
It's probably unfolding. It's a deck chair.
You brought your own deck chair?
You know, they rent them here, you know.
Say, who is this woman coming up the stairs? She's blowing up water wings there.
Can I help you, gentlemen? I'm the matron, second class.
Oh, will you show Mr. Benny to his cabin?
May I see your ticket, Mr. Benny, please?
My ticket?
Don't bother. I'll check your name. You're sailing second class?
Well, not exactly second class.
Oh, third class. That's 3 flights down.
Thank you. It's down here, Fred. Just follow me.
Jack, I don't get it. A guy with your money can certainly afford to travel first or second class.
Fred, I may be a lot of things, but there's one thing I'll never be.
What's that?
A snob.
A snob?
When I travel, I like to be with people.
Well, if you go any lower, you'll be with fish.
Well, I think we're in third class now. Gosh, I'm going to look funny in my beret. Everybody down here is wearing babushkas.
All right, gents. Welcome to third class.
Who are you?
The steward in charge.
Oh, will you show Mr. Benny to his cabin?
Cabin? You mean hammock, don't you, bud?
Well, all right, to his hammock.
That's better. What's your number, Buster?
Number?
Yeah, didn't you get a number with your ticket?
My ticket?
You're third class, ain't you?
Well...
Jack, you must be third class.
I'll check. Steward.
Yeah?
Is the coast clear?
Yeah.
Sam sent me.
Oh, Sam sent you. Oh, that's 2 flights down.
2 more flights?
Yeah, go through the decompression chamber and turn left.
Come on, Fred.
What is this? Who is Sam?
A sailor I met at Roseland. He said if I ever went on the Queen Beulah to mention his name. Here we are, Fred. Put the bags down.
Gosh, it's dark in here, Jack.
It sure is.
Hey, Jack, something is licking my face.
No kidding?
It's a cow. Why, the place is crawling with cows.
Good, I'll have fresh milk all the way over.
Jack Benny, the star of the Lucky Strike program. You think you are on the Contented Hour.
Fred, not so loud.
How can you travel down in the bottom of this boat? No room, no bed.
Fred, quiet.
Well, you can't stay in here with all of these cows. They can't do this to you, Jack Benny. I'll get the captain.
Fred, will you shut up?
Shut up. You're going to England, aren't you?
Yes.
You've got your ticket, haven't you?
Well,
you haven't got a ticket. I knew you were cheap, but going to Europe as a stowaway.
Look, Alan, give me my nightingale and go already.
Benny, you can't get away with this. The captain will find you down here with all these cows, and then what are you going to say?
Moo.
Thank Jack Benny for dropping in. After tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we won't be here to remind you that your Ford dealer extends you a standing invitation to stop in and let him show you the new Ford. He'll be glad to have you get inside a new Ford and handle the controls. And he will also explain the new engineering features to you. Everyone's saying the new Ford is the car of the year. You'll say the same thing after you visit your Ford dealer. Thank you, and good night until October 3rd. Thank you. Good night. Thank you.